And here we are again. Woohoo! Look at that. It is just before 5 on day 3. So that means, of course, it's, again, UK Cowboys / NFL draft time. How are we doing, Bri? You all right?
Who'd have thought we'd make it this far, Mike? We've made it. It's Scouts Day. It's the best day of the draft. It's the one you and I look forward to more than any day of the draft.
That's it.
So,
I mean, if you're a big college fan or draft fiend or whatever, this is the day where all that practice comes into place. Or not practice, but time spent watching college. And when people are going, I don't know, you're going, yeah, I remember seeing something during that game. So it comes in handy. Comes in handy for all those hours you spent on Saturday evening letting 18 and 19-year-olds dictate your life.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting thing, that we do spend all autumn watching college football, and me and you will argue back and forth like nobody's business about Texas A&M, and we both say they're both terrible schools and stuff like that, but it's hours and hours of watching games and then going back and studying film tape. And like Lauren has just joined us, and we know Lauren does the same thing at all times. Yeah, so it's great, and it's great to see that Steve has joined us straight away out of the gate and is asking us questions. And I'm going to throw it straight to both of you. Can you see us parceling up some of these 4th, 5th rounders to go and get a 2nd, 4th? I can see it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I went through it today. In terms of draft capital on day 3, the Cowboys rank 3rd. So that's how much capital they've got. There's only 3 teams that have more picks than the Cowboys. So, they do have a lot to play with. I think they could use, perhaps they might use some of the compensatory picks that they picked up to try and push themselves either higher in the draft or use those picks to corral together to get back into the 4th. Don't know, perhaps, but there's 4th round picks, 5th round picks, the 6th, no 7s. But I'm quite happy with that because I can guarantee you if they have a 7th round pick, they're only going to use it on a quarterback. I can actually, you can't say for sure, but the way when you look at Mike McCarthy's history, 7th round picks are usually been quarterbacks. But go on, Lord, kick us in, mate. Good to see you again. How you feeling?
I'm feeling a bit better anyway. I'll still be using the mute button to hold off coughing half the time. But, basically I got last night. You got your minutes on the motorway where I was beginning to sleep, coming home from work, and I literally lay down on the bed, and the next thing I knew it was 7 o'clock this morning. So I was out for the count. So, but I've caught up on the draft. I was listening to the Cowboys coverage this afternoon on podcast.
There we go.
Interesting what you're saying there. Teams were obviously trading back from the 2nd and 3rd round last night to pick up picks in the 4th and 5th, because obviously, as we've discussed before with the super seniors that you've got this year, this is the sweet spot for finding talent that, normally this is where it sort of drops off a cliff, but, you still got talent at this level, so...
I mean, like you say,
it should be an interesting few days.
Yeah, like you say, the very reason there is so much depth and talent available is the super senior part of it all. As opposed to, you'll have maybe 400, 500 guys on your board. You can take that all the way up to about 700 guys this year. All the super seniors, which and the mad part about it is we've got like another 2 years, another 2 more drafts of this. Before we've gone past all of that, so this is how it's going to be for a while. So be it, But I am thinking though. I don't know about you guys. I'm thinking tight end, running back. I wouldn't be opposed to a kicker. because none of them have gone, and we're into day 3. But I know what you're going to say, Brian. I agree.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. But for me, where I'd like to address today is linebacker and cornerback.
Yeah,
I'd like one of each at least coming out of these 6 picks.
Yeah.
As well as you say, a tight end and a running back, just for the depth.
Yeah. Just mainly because of what the future holds. There's so many question marks with the future on those positions. You kind of just have to go, right, let's do it now, as opposed to waiting before it's too late. All of that seems to be the Cowboys way. Yeah, Lorne's getting attacked. Lorne, who is actually officially our super senior of the show now. So
you took that title over from me, Lorne. But
certainly feels like it.
Yeah, before we do go any further, I just want to give a special shout out today. I know this gentleman is not gonna see this, but hopefully he will hear about it. Mr. Phil Lucas and Miss Wendy Zeeley, we would like to congratulate you on your marriage today, and we hope you have many happy years together. And we look forward to chatting to you both after your honeymoon.
Yep. Congratulations. I saw a couple of posts on Facebook today about it as well, and I thought, oh God, you're going to be broadcasting day 3 in the middle of the reception, but
I know.
Sky Sports on in the corner. Or...
Yeah. My missus would no way would she do it during the draft. She'd just be like, no, your attention would not be here. I'd be like, oh well, yeah, I'd be quite. I'm busy. I got stuff to do, you know.
Yeah.
There
we go.
He is, look. Now we're into all the corners of the UK now.
Well, we're missing the central component, but we know he's joining later on.
Depends how drunk he is.
Oh
no, he said he wasn't going to drink today. But then I've heard that before.
I do really believe that. And hello, gentlemen.
No. Evening, Paul. How are things?
I'm good, man. I'm glad I've actually got a little bit of sleep, and I'm glad. I'm actually really excited for day 3, not just because of the time, but there's more action involved. There's more.
We were just saying that, and we were just saying that day 3 is a lot faster. So you know, but what you saw us doing in day 1 and day 2 with all the graphics and the update, you're not going to get that in day 3 because it's very hard to keep up with it. When we're showing you graphics for a player that happened, by then 3 picks have come on, and you guys are confused as to who's getting them picked when. So. It's more just the Cowboys picks we're interested in. Good news is Cowboys have 6 draft picks in day 3. That's 3rd most amongst all NFL teams. Probably see, as we said already, some trades. Officially, we have started day 3. We are on. Bucks are now on the clock. But we will just try and keep you guys updated as best as we can.
I thought day 3 started at 6.
No, 5.
No, 5. It's literally because you've more than half picks.
I know what you're thinking. It's because of the time difference, Paul, in Scotland. But yeah, I mean, it's 5 p.m. here in the UK. Obviously, Central Time. That will mean it's still the morning for you guys. So you're just kicking off. Over here, usually finishes around midnight. If you're Joe, as you see here, that are European or continental, one of our continental fans for the show. It's a little bit later, 1 o'clock in the morning for Joe. So, yes.
Mendoza, what's happening, my man?
Back again. But yeah, so they do come quick, very quick.
That is crazy. That is crazy. The Ravens have drafted really like we were trying to talk about last night. The Ravens seem to be they really do draft so well, nearly every draft. And this year in particular, they've got themselves some really good value for money in terms of how players have fallen down to them this year. So it'll be very interesting to see. But me and Lauren, we're over the moon for David Ojabo. He's going into
Yeah,
a system.
he got it in.
Yeah, he's going to a system where he's quite familiar. The head coach's brother to the head coach of Michigan. So there's that interlink. He's worked with the coaches already at the Ravens, so it's a good fit for him. So we wish David all the best.
Yeah.
Yep. And just watching the video last night of him getting the call and sort of finally lying back and just almost bursting into tears as well. That just,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm so happy for them.
you always watch these, but you know, it's great seeing it for a guy that you.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Lauren.
Yours.
Yes, correct me if I'm wrong. That is actually technically the highest ever Scot. Well, even though Ojabo was born in Nigeria, but he considers himself Scottish. He considers like his whatever. But in theory, that's probably the highest ever Scottish player ever to been drafted. I don't know if not being drafted in the draft. Am I right? Is he not the first?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. Yeah, because I mean the rest you're talking about special teams. So in recent history, and I can't even think back that far that there's anybody else who's.
I mean, we can always mention like a Scott Cooper and stuff like that, but they when they drafted, they were just kind of brought in.
Yeah. I mean, even Scott Cooper. I mean, that was the tail end of his career that he got a shot with the Bears in training camp, and that was purely as a tail end of the NFL Europe.
Yeah.
Being in Scotland and what have you. But I mean, that was a brilliant day across in Ireland that year. I went across for that match. So, and just even seeing Scott, I think he only got about 4 or 5 plays on that.
Saying that, look, I've got on it actually.
Oh man. See, I made a mistake. I bought one of those when I was just before I started losing weight, and now it's like my wife could wear it as a nightie, I think. So.
No. So here's a question while Mike's trying to like sorting stuff out. How would you actually grade yesterday? So I've been thinking about this, right? Obviously, second round, Sam Smith, I was like, really? But when it came to Jalen Tolbert, I was like, I was really happy about it. But so I kind of agreed, like, us drafting Sam Williams, I would say in the second round as a C, and Tolbert would have been like an A+. Getting them in the third round. But if you were to flip those two picks the other way about, Tolbert at 56 and Williams at 88, I'd be over the moon with that. So it's kind of much cancelled itself out. Very much so what happened last year with Jabril Cox and Nashon Wright. So if anything, yesterday was a big win, I think, now, when you do kind of put that in that perspective.
Well, if you look at, I mean, even if you look at NFL.com, they'd give us a C grade for day one. We're now currently up to a B+ overall.
Yeah, that's what I had.
It must have been a very good day too, as far as their rankings were. You know, again, all of these picks so far, they're, you know, obviously there's issues with Sam Williams off the field, albeit, you know, charges were dropped, and you know, you never know what the true story is behind that, and you got to give him the benefit of the doubt or whatever. But again, potential upside on him. You know, you're probably starting out with what you had with Randy Gregory. You know, you got a pretty good pass rusher. You know, he's maybe not as strong against the run, but you know, he's certainly got that speed to get around the corner. I think listening to one of the shows last night, they were sort of saying, "Oh, it's you know, he's a basketball player he's got basketball speed." You know, so he's capable of getting around the edge. You know, we know what his deficiencies are. We know that Dan Quinn's one of these guys that can actually coach up players. So, you know, look at the job that we got off Osei Adigizua and Golston last year. You know, we weren't necessarily expecting the performances that we got from them. So
Yeah, man. I mean, what about you, Brian? Like,
That's
how
correct.
would you rate it last night?
I agree with you, Paul. I think like if you flip the picks, I would say it's about a B.
Yeah.
I don't think we could have picked up better value than Jalen Tolbert in
Oh, absolutely.
the third round. Sam Williams, it doesn't move the needle for me. But look, in the same way as I said it about Tyler Smith, I'll give the guy a chance and let's see what he does, because they worked both of these guys out privately and see.
And it's something we have no idea.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have the eyes and ears on that, so we can't really make that full proper scouting assessment. We're just going based on film and based on what we see on the TV, essentially.
Yeah. And like, if there's one thing I'll say, and I'm just bringing it back to the Tyler Smith pick, I know a lot of people are saying, look, we picked up Travis Frederick, and everyone was saying he was a third rounder. I would nearly park those things and just let Tyler Smith be Tyler Smith and come through in his own way, and you know, let it work from there, because he doesn't need to have that comparison now. He just look, he's Tyler Smith. He's our 24th pick in the draft this year, and he deserves things on his own recognition, and go from there.
I mean, I totally agree, but for me, like, I wasn't using. For me, I wouldn't say it was a comparison.
I get that.
It was more of a comparison in the events of what happened.
Yeah,
it's like we didn't give Frederick a chance. On initially. We thought, oh, this was a terrible pick. What are we going to do? It was pretty much the exact same scenario what happened in day one. So you're right. Like, we're not saying that Tyler Smith is going to be Travis Frederick. Tyler Smith is going to be Tyler Smith, and exactly what you're saying. So I think we were just more comparing us as fans, how we reacted, and saying, listen, take a deep breath.
Yeah,
it might pan out better than what we ever anticipated. That's all. Yeah,
agreed. And if you look at the number he took, Larry Allen, 73. Like when we drafted Larry Allen, and Lauren will be able to back me up on this comment. They went back and were looking at tape and going, "Why is this guy dropping? Why is he dropping? Is it just because he was from a small school?"
Oh,
why did Bucks do this? Why? I hate the Bucks. Really.
That's a potential Gronk replacement.
But here we go, right? Now, I've said on record, running back, tight end, like them both. But at the top of my board right now, sitting there, right? And check this out. In my top 10, I have Damian Pierce has just gone. I have a lot of offensive linemen. You know, we were talking about double dipping in the offensive line, right? Check this out. My top guys: Zach Tom, Jamari Salyer. Who else have I got?
Darian Kennard.
Donovan West. Donovan West is there. So there are plenty of options, and there's guys there that if you really wanted them to play inside, kick them to the guard. So now you've got Smith that you can kick to right tackle if you really wanted to, and you could use perhaps Donovan West as a replacement as center. But here's an interesting one, right? You know, you were talking about the grades there, Paul.
Yes. Let
me ask you all of this then, right? So Smith, are we all in agreement he's starting day one?
Sorry. I actually quite like this idea from Mendoza, Charlie Collar.
Yeah, I agree.
I like this.
Yeah,
he's there. Really have him in our mock draft before the draft.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was it.
No, I think you took him with J Tuck's draft. I don't think we took him on our draft.
On J Tuck's show when we joined him, I'm pretty sure we picked Charlie Collar. as our tight end
did.
within the 5th round or something like that. I'm trying. I can't remember
check.
the top of my head, but I'm certain we did.
Okay. Right. Okay.
We need to
But-
re-ask him later on about that
Yeah,
one.
yeah. We can check on it. But here's one for you, Smith. Starting an offensive line for you, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sam Williams, he's starting on the right end for you.
No,
No, I don't know.
no,
I'm saying so.
Not initially.
No,
no.
I think he'll be a rotation piece with Fowler. I think everything on the defense is about rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
But
it's even
we're
even
thinking- we're thinking
Delo's getting
significant
rotated quite a
snaps.
bit now.
Yeah. But we're saying significant snaps for him then, yeah.
I think Dorrance Armstrong will start ahead of
No,
Sam
Dorrance
Williams.
Dorrance Armstrong, I like on 3rd down. That's where
Yeah.
I like to use him.
I'm just going based what the Joneses have said. They love Dorrance. They think
They
he can
do.
be-
They've always stuck by him.
Yeah.
but they've
Yeah.
really amped it up this year by saying you can replace Randy. So I'm going based on what they're saying on this one. I like.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So so the next question I got for you then, you guys happy? You happy? The wide receiver, Talbot, he's starting.
Yeah.
Robbie update. The Browns have just selected Perion Winfrey.
Yeah. Good pick.
Ooh.
That's a
good value.
That's a
That's good
good
value.
value pick for the Browns. Him and Myles Garrett in the same line. Oof.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Perry on Winfrey. So here it is then, right? So we're saying we've got a start on the offensive line. We've got a major corner piece on the defensive end, and Talbot's going to be starting wide receiver. Certainly week 1, yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we're saying, so what we're saying is we've drafted 3 stars with our first 3 picks. If anyone's saying it's a B, anything less than a B minus for 3 stars in your draft, then there's an issue there. You're not understanding the draft.
Yeah, I mean, my overall is, I can't remember if I said B plus or B, but I will.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But
Yeah,
it's acceptable. Like,
yeah,
I think just because of our initial thoughts of where we were and what we were more upset because of what
leaving value on the board.
Yeah, like the talent was there in the board. That's the only thing I'm so upset about is we missed an opportunity in that. But I get the pick. I'm not gonna throw arms and legs saying it's terrible. It's not terrible. We've like the main important thing is we have addressed the need of the 3 positions that we were kind of wanting. There he is.
There he is. He's back.
Good
morning,
Barry.
family. Good morning. Good evening to you guys. Top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning to you. I was just about to say top of the morning, mate.
You know,
How you feeling? How you feeling?
I don't want to interrupt there. Go ahead, I didn't want to chime in.
Are you all right?
No, go ahead, Barry.
I just want to say, I have the utmost respect for you guys with all the work you do. It's just I just enjoyed being on and hanging out with my brothers from the UK, and it was fun. But man, you guys know your stuff, so you guys get all that work done, and then I'll take care of them and treat them like they've never treated before. In a great experience, and that'd be I'll finish up the end.
That's like a perfect harmony. It's like a perfect harmony.
That's why I keep saying to people, whenever we do come over and visit, you literally do treat us like royalty, essentially. Like, for example, just there last year, you didn't have to take me, like, you didn't have to do what you had to do, like, make me feel welcome the way you are, and get hang about with Kenny Gant and stuff like that. Like,
no, you guys are top VIPs, man. I mean, we've you've been over here a bunch of times. If we were off the air, remind me, Paul. I gotta tell everybody at some point when we're kind of off, but it's in relative. It's in.
I have told Paul, mind that the plans going forward.
No, I mean as far as it has to do with your kilt and then the stuff with that Rich Dalrymple story stuff. I think you learned from that girl in the Miller Lite Club. We'll talk about that another time. But it's so funny because when that story broke, I was thinking about you and that girl in the Miller Lite Club.
There was another girl at the meet and greet for the Raiders one. She wanted, and it was a Raiders fan as well. She wanted to meet up and everything. No, I was like, I'm sorry, I can't, I can't do it. So if she's watching, I do apologize.
Guys,
So
I'm just seeing
well,
a question here from Steve, and I go around the horn on this because I think maybe it does sum up a lot of what we're thinking. He's saying, like, Paul, use something.
Yep, Seahawks have now got their quarterback. They've just drafted Sam Howell.
Yeah. He was my top guy on the board. He was my top guy.
Yep.
Wow.
Kobe Bryant has gone
sorry. I misread it. They passed on.
I was just looking myself, and I was like, eh? But Kobe Bryant's gone, by the way.
Kobe Bryant. The tweet after it saying that Seahawks have passed on Sam Howell.
Yeah.
They passed on him.
Yeah.
So he's still on the board. So I do apologize, everyone. I got everyone's hopes up there. I thought they drafted a quarterback there. My apologies. Yeah.
But go on then, Bri.
Sorry, Brian.
You still got that question out. Yeah.
No, I was just like that, as Steve is kind of saying, are we maybe a little bit down on this draft because of the two names we've picked up in the last two drafts in terms of CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons, who fell into our laps? And this is more of a traditional draft that we're taking players in positions of need.
Very typical.
I think it's a bit of an unfair thing to say because we're only in the position of being in the top 10 or top 15. We didn't have that luxury, so to speak. So it's
I think for me the big problem is obviously the Giants had multiple picks, the Eagles had multiple picks, Commanders had a top 15 pick as well, or started out the draft with that. I think they traded down to just outside of that, but they've all used that capital to, they haven't been the Eagles and selected somebody that we thought, what the hell are you selecting that for, or having a laugh about the picks that they've actually made. So a guy like Jordan Davies, we all, Heckma was sitting here with us, and Heckma, who's normally up there in terms of hype level, he suddenly sort of drained out of his face.
Daniel Falele's just gone.
That's not disappointing.
I agree with Lauren. I think it seems like everybody's making the big splashes and everything, but realistically, I think the Cowboys, those two picks yesterday, I think the Cowboys wanted both of them, but maybe flip-flopping. I think maybe they would have taken a receiver first and then Sam Williams.
Yep. So this is what I was saying, Brian.
But I think they were both kind of on there. So we'll see what happens. But I read some good stuff about that receiver. In fact,
yes.
I don't know if you guys heard last night. If I heard last night that Dak called that receiver Thornton, so who knows? You never know. I guess it's just. I guess we just gotta one of those things you wait and see. I still think that in the other divisions they still don't have the quarterback we do. So hopefully that's a big enough negative to counterbalance those big splashes.
Just to kind of say, go back what you were trying to say 2 seconds ago, Barry. Me and Brian and Lauren and Mike were just kind of talking about this. Is like, how would we overall grade yesterday? And we were saying, well, and with Sam Williams going in the second, we were trying to but when we got Jalen Tolbert in the third, we were really happy with that. But here's the thing. If you were flipping them both the other way about, picking Tolbert first, then pick Sam Williams in the third, it makes so much sense. So in a way, it kind of cancels itself out. Like, we may have kind of maybe reached a little bit with Williams, but we got an exceptional value with Tolbert in the third. Yeah. So I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah. And you think Sam Williams wasn't going to make you? He wasn't going to get you by 88. Go on, sorry, Barry. Go on, Barry.
No, I was just saying, Paul, I think that's a good point because I think you made that last night too. They did the same thing almost last year with Jabril Cox and what you call it, the cornerback.
Deshaun Rice.
Yeah. So, you think like Sam Williams, he wasn't going to get to you by 88. I think he was going to have gone.
That's Max Mitchell run.
Yeah.
To the Jets.
So yeah, there's that side of it. Plus, also, you think like there's quite a slew of different options at wide receiver. So I think the Cowboys were, let's rip the band-aid, take Sam Williams now, and we'll see what wide receiver wheels back round to us, where there's a lot more option.
Man,
But we put it to you this way as well, Barry. I was saying this to the guys when Paul asked about the grade. When you go through it, right, look at the 3 picks they've had already, right? So Smith, he's certainly starting on the offensive line.
Yeah.
Sam Williams is going to be a major corner piece on the right side of that defensive line, right? So he's taking significant snaps. Talbot, with Michael Gallup injured as well, he's certainly most definitely starting week 1 as a starter wide receiver.
Absolutely.
So you turn around and you go, they've drafted a starter in round 1, a starter in round 2, a starter in round 3.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And it's as easy as that.
Yep.
So, and that's what they're doing. They're definitely filling gaps with what they got. By the way, for everybody listening as well, if you want to go and check our social medias, our own scout reports on each picker in. We'll give you measurables, comparisons, strengths, weaknesses, a summary on everything. So go check it out. You can read each draft pick. We'll do the same today as they come in. As I say, though, things are a little bit faster on day 3. We get to finish a bit earlier. Here's one for you while we're waiting for some picks. Are you ready? Draft to the future. Do you want to start while Barry is back?
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's do it. All right. What year was quarterback Quincy Carter drafted?
2003.
Who?
Yes, Barry. Who?
One of the before you go there, Quincy Carter was one of the greatest arena football quarterbacks to ever play the game.
I'm saying
so was Kurt Warner.
Yeah, 2003 for old Paulius Maximus. Have we got anything more, higher, lower?
Do not care.
Daniel Bellinger's off.
When you mentioned Kurt Warner, I will need to say I am really disappointed with the biography movie because they did not feature any mention of him playing in NFL Europe in that whole movie. I was very disappointed in that. It was like they went straight from arena football to the NFL. What happened in between that? You know?
Yeah, nobody taking a higher option on Quincy Carter.
I want to say it was 2001.
Oh, you got it. 2001 on Quincy Carter. All right. What about?
I couldn't remember watching. What was it? One of the first Hard Knocks with the Cowboys, and that I think it was the last year of Dave Campo in charge as head coach.
Yeah. Well, there was a certain Aggies linebacker taken 2 years, so I work it off that, so I can remember that, and I work it for so I can work it back from that. And I'm like, yeah. All right then. What about this one? Safety Byron Jones.
2017.
2015.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's 2015.
Yeah.
17 was tackle.
2015.
Yeah.
2015. Yeah.
I knew it was an odd number. Like.
Yeah. All right, I'll give you another good one, another fun one. Des Bryant.
2010. 2011. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all going with 2011.
Well, you
No,
guys
2012. 2012.
2012.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'll give it to you. 2010.
Oh.
When I read it, I was like, was it 2010? But there we go. Still, to this day, Des Bryant has the highest 10-yard split recorded in the NFL Combine. You would never have thought it.
Wow.
The split, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a 10-yard split of 141.
I would say that, yeah.
Yeah, but when you think of the type of player he is, you think he was that physical, yak, down-yard presence sort of guy. And then you're like, really? He had that quick of a get-off? But there we go. All right. Larry Allen, offensive guard.
Oh, sorry.
The Manchester 2.
Guys, I've got two updates. Giants have just selected tight end Daniel Bellinger
Yeah, seen Ballinger.
And the Commanders have just selected safety Percy Butler.
Percy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I'm not a big
Right.
fan of Bellinger, if I'm honest with you.
We picked him in our mock, but it's not a pen throw to lose him.
Yeah. I mean, he's an okay guy. I just got issues. There's him and another tight end that I just have quite issues with in terms of their attitude. All right, what about this one then? Let's see if you can get this one right. What year did the Cowboys draft cornerback Mo Claiborne?
2012.
Yeah,
2012.
Yeah, 2012.
It was 2012. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, can I interrupt you for just a second?
Of course you can, sir. You
I got
interrupt
one for
any
you. How
time.
many times did Larry Allen bench press 225 times?
Oh man, it was like 40 odd times.
Was it 42 or 44, Barry?
Yeah.
43. You're right on. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
There
just
we
wild.
go.
And what's really funny is if you ever watch the video of him doing it, you can even hear the crowd laughing when they're at 30. They're like 31, 32, and you can hear people laughing like, when is this going to stop?
You know, it's funny because a lot of people brought up in the opposite extreme. Was it Kenny Green from A&M that was just drafted too? He did it 20 times.
Yeah. And here's a crazy one as well. Is there is also I'm trying to remember who it was against. It might have been Washington. And Troy throws the ball and it's intercepted and it's coming back the other way. And the safety's running down the sideline to go score a pick six. And the guy that chases him down and tackles him was Larry Allen.
Oh my God, that was an awesome clip. Yeah. I mean, 20 times for Green. Paul could probably do it 30 times for crying out loud.
Nah, the more what 225 pounds, the most reps I've ever managed to do at 225 is 18.
That's still good though.
That's 18.
Yeah.
Back-to-back safeties taken in the draft. By
yeah,
the way.
Dane Belton going to the Giants,
which is a big one. Now that is a better pick for them. Big fan of the Hawkeye safety. I do really like him. Kind of.
Like I said, we don't grab a beverage.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, he's on the.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
Damn it. I mean, he is. You could use him more as your nickel safety, as that big nickel safety, but he's a good player. You could argue somewhat, is that a bit of an early pick, but at this stage, you're just trying to get whatever guys you've scouted the most and that you like the most, really.
Yeah. I think if anything has come across this weekend, it's we know nothing.
Yeah.
We have our board's day of theirs, and you just can't predict it.
Yeah, and as I say, you know, like a lot of people will say they've left value on the board with the picks that they had, like with Sam Williams and Tyler Smith, but value on your board is subjective.
Yeah, exactly. It is.
You know, we're not going to really know until preseason what you've got.
Yeah.
The preseason game. I'm so looking forward to preseason now.
Yeah, I can't wait for Jabril Cox to get back. Man, he was a beast in preseason last year. Holy crap! Every other play they mentioned his name in preseason last year.
What was quite funny with Jabril Cox is he went down with the ACL tear. Everybody kind of just went, "Oh, what?" You know, there was like that, and it wasn't until the season went on a little bit more, and a few weeks went by, and everyone was like, "We could really do with Jabril Cox now." Yeah. Like he was the missing piece, like, and suddenly his value's there, and now it's like, you know, like absence makes the heart grow fonder. That now Jabril Cox has gone. Everybody's like, I really want him back. And when you think about it too, with what you had with Micah Parsons, when you think of that, you've got LVE, who's the the thumper type. I know people call him a safety, but for me, Jaron Kearse, he's more of that hybrid role, like the rover linebacker position. So you can include him, whichever way you can argue. You know, he's safety, he's linebacker, okay, whichever. But you've got him, LVE, Micah Parsons, bring Jabril Cox in. I mean, that's a hell of a unit. The way the Cowboys play is that they can afford to have just the two linebackers. back there. So you can play almost like the nickel defense a lot looser with what you have with Jalen Curse.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see what they can do with a full season of putting it all together. Yeah.
Here's the thing, Mike, right? This is the first time in 4 seasons we haven't had a change at defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So we have guys who know the system they're in. They're not having to change this season to a new setup. The guys who are coming in are going to have Dan Quinn to work with. And the guys who are there can teach them as well, which is really, really good.
Denver Broncos have just selected defensive back Damari Mathis.
Good pick.
Yeah, that is solid.
It's not just the fact that they haven't changed defensive coordinator. You haven't changed any of the position coaches as well. I mean, if you think Eberflus leaving to go to Indianapolis first of all, and then Marinelli left the next year, and then with a year of Mike Nolan, and now we've got Dan Quinn, and then so this is year 2 of Dan Quinn. We've got the exact same position coaches as far as I remember. There's maybe been a few.
Yeah.
I've just realised as well, Lauren, Adam Durd's going to have a bit of fun, like coaching up Williams for sure.
Oh yeah.
That's his type of guy. When you think
Williams, it just completely sprung in my mind.
Yeah. He fits coaching most certainly. But here's another crazy fact for you: is Malik Hooker, right? This is his first season entering the NFL apart from his rookie season where he even then still had niggles. But this is his first year where he's going to be in an off-season program. That every year he's been in the NFL, he's always been rehabbing something. This year he's not. And here he is with the Cowboys. So expect, because he is a first-round talent. The issues has been with him is being able to stay on the field. Well, last year he comes in halfway through training camp, spots early, his snaps increased throughout the season. Towards the end of the season, you get the interception from him even, and it was a good. Yeah. All right, you can say somewhat it was thrown to him in one respect, but he still had to make the play. And when you think like that, he's going to have an entire off season with the Cowboys. There you go, Will's his oyster.
Yeah. Like I was huge on getting him in. Oh, we've another guest joining us now, so just bringing him in.
Hey,
Kevin Turner, how are you, sir?
Man, I am awesome. Thank you guys for having me. Are we going 48 hours next year or what? 72 hours?
No.
On one condition. On one condition. You are there for every minute of it.
That's quite a commitment. But after what happened to me on the draft show this year, I might be free.
Yeah, but how you doing? How are things?
They're great. I mean, look, it's the best time of the year, draft week. No matter what anyone thinks of the first round pick, it's still a good day. We're gonna have good times. How you guys doing?
The sleep deprived will start to catch up, pretty much. But yeah, man, I'm actually feeling a lot more positive after the end of day 2. I'm feeling a lot more positive.
Yeah, I am too, man. I love the Jalen Tolbert pick.
Absolutely.
Sam Williams is one of those where it's like, I get taking him there, and I also would have loved to have him at 88, but that's not terribly realistic. And if Sam Williams went at 45, if Sam Williams has nothing in his background on a personal level, then Sam Williams may go in the top 50. So that's something to keep in mind there. So
So this was the theory we were just talking about. It's like if we were to get Tolbert even at 56, I would have been really happy with that, and get Williams at 88. If you flip those 2 picks around, that's a big win.
No, absolutely.
So it kind of cancels itself out.
Yeah, I think it's how we have to look at it too. We look at this thing as a whole. Otherwise, why would we pay attention to day 3? We look at all of it, and they deserve a little bit of credit. I am a little bummed that we started day 3 with a big run on tight ends, though. I wasn't happy about that.
Yeah, that was the thing I was looking at. A lot of the tight ends are going. But what are you hoping for with this 4th round pick?
Well, so I have changed my, where I was, because I wanted, Jeremy Ruckert, the tight end from Ohio State, but I never thought it was terribly realistic that he made it to day 3. Cade Otton was clearly a guy that they wanted. I think that might have been their top guy on the board going into today. But you have to fill some holes when you start looking at specific names. At tight end, I'm not sure that you need to go rush out and take the Texas A&M kid, Windermeyer. I'm not a big fan of him this early, so I hope they're not feeling some need. And also, guys, can I say this? Not now, but in round 5, I'm going to go ahead and pull it in on a kicker. We're going to go ahead and draft a kicker.
See, we were all thinking that's the same. We're thinking the same. Like, Like who? I can't remember who said it, but someone was talking about the LSU kicker or something like that.
Cade York.
Cade York.
Cade York.
People like Cade York, and I think Cade York was consensus probably best kicker. People around here like Cameron Dicker, the kicker from Texas. Let me just go ahead and tell y'all who the pick needs to be. The pick needs to be Jonathan Garibay from Texas Tech. That sounds weird. It sounds weird. That guy has balls of steel. Like he's got some cold-blooded killer in him. So Jonathan Garibay, and also, you're not gonna have a problem getting touchbacks and things like that. When you lose a Cedric Wilson and you lose a Malik Turner, and I guess we'll keep CJ Goodwin around, right? But I don't have to worry about covering kicks ever. So let's just kick it to out of the end zone. Garibay will do that for you.
And that was my argument with taking Cameron Dicker, because when you watch both kickers, York and Dicker, that you can see one of the things, because a lot of people will just go to kickers and go, right, who has the most field goals made and what was percentage was it? Right, there you are, there's the best kicker. But what they don't watch is kickoffs, and Dicker will clear the end zone.
No, absolutely. And Dicker's really good and had some clutch kicks. Cade York had played in a national championship game, so everything you want there. But that's probably enough kicker talk. I just wanted to throw that out there. I know you guys are all. You guys are all on board. Like we know, we just
kickers are people too.
Yeah, kickers are real people. I am a little intrigued by Charlie Kohler, and I don't know.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if they like him or not. But everything you want there, 6'6", 250. He's just as slow as most tight ends, right?
Come on.
4'6" guy, it's what it is. So I think there's a lot there with Charlie Kohler. My question is, here we are at what one? Where are we at now? 117. Looking back at my TV.
Yeah,
12 picks away.
The 117 pick just came in there.
Oh no, it's Michael Clemens.
Michael Clemens to the Jets.
Damn it!
That's a good player.
Like yeah, it is.
That's a good player.
Hey Kevin, what you saying about that kicker from Tech? Is that you said he had some killer in him? Does that mean he has some David Bueller in him, so he can play backup linebacker also?
Yeah, you know what? If we could use him for another roster spot, that'd be great. Actually, I don't think he's got that though. I don't think he's got the size. You know what? Our buddy Dane is such a freak. He may have the measurables on him. Hey, he's just 5'11", 217.
Oh, okay. All right.
But stay away from that Oklahoma kicker, Gabe Burkick. No one wants that.
Yes.
Yeah. Under 200 pounds. If you're under 200 pounds, you can't kick for my team.
Yeah. If you're the last guy, that's not going anywhere.
No, unless you've got all 200 pounds in that whatever leg you're kicking with.
Yeah.
So here's my question. I have a hypothetical for you guys. All right.
Yeah.
Would you take, or are we all in agreement that one of the 5th round picks is a kicker? We got 4 of them.
I wanted to.
Are we good? Are we
I'll
good to?
I'll be good with it.
Yeah.
Would you burn one of the 5th round picks to move up now and go get Charlie Kohler, but you can't pick a kicker in round 5?
Yeah, I'd do that.
Do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Yeah,
you guys.
And then I'll make kicker then one of my PFAs.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm only drafting a kicker unless I'm told one guy is for Michael Dixon, the punter for Seattle a few years ago. Like we know.
Yep. Browns have just made the trade with the Vikings.
Okay.
So
We'll find out the
The
details on that one.
they've given 156 and a future 4th rounder. For
Okay.
For 118.
For 118.
Well, you was just talking there, Kev, about with kicking. So one of the things we've been doing are some hypothetical would you rathers, right? So I'm going to give you a would you rather, right? So would you rather, and this is for all of you as well, and people at home, would you rather Cade York at pick 155 or Cam Dicker at pick 176?
Dicker later on. It depends who's on the board, but
Okay. Garibay not using any pick at all.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Dicker, yeah, I'd say Dicker there.
Yeah, I'd take Dicker. You still got value on the board at other positions at the beginning of the 5th. So.
I feel like just having a guy named Dicker, that's going to sell a lot of jerseys around here. We're very simple-minded people.
just even the memo of it, Ticker the Dicker.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Jerry would eat that up and make that into t-shirts for sure.
Yeah. All right. What about this one then? I got another would you rather if you want to go for this one. This one's a bit sneakier, right? At pick 129, do you want quarterback Sam Howell or running back Isaiah Spiller?
Spiller.
Howell.
Think about it.
I think
not
I'm
as easy as you think.
Howell.
For a backup, yeah.
I'm thinking
You give
about
him time to develop.
Isaiah Spiller, but I might use Sam Howell as a fullback every once in a while. That dude's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got
killing more offense.
There's your linebacker too. I mean, right there. I mean, just kind of let's Taysom Hill this guy.
Okay.
Tight end. There's your tight end. Sam Howell.
Has he got some Taysom Hill in them?
Okay,
yeah,
so
no, he's got wheels on him, all right.
So I've got the pick in. So after the trade with the Browns with the 118 pick overall, the Vikings have selected cornerback Caleb Evans.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Way down the board.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
From Missouri.
well, that's a team that
That's very.
likes taking cornerbacks. The Vikings. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's way down the board.
They've already taken one, haven't they? I've him in the 300s.
Yeah, they took Booth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't take a lot of Missouri players. This is kind of my rule. So
Yeah.
Kohler, let's see, how many picks away are we? We're talking 10 picks away.
10 picks, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
I wish I
and there's
knew.
a pick.
I wish I knew if they liked him or not.
Caleb
I know.
Evans has gone too.
Oh, are you? Okay.
That's what I said, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I don't. I don't think, or I haven't heard a single thing about their interest in Charlie Kohler. It's just something that I've always like. Hey, there's a guy who's a really-
Yeah.
Some of them would
I
like
don't
to
know.
have, but
Isaiah Likely. I don't know if they like him.
I like it.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Bill,
Yeah,
Bill Jones has said. Bill Jones has just tweeted that the Cowboys need to take Iowa State tight end Charlie Kohler in the 4th round. Might have to trade up to do so now.
But I can wait and get Isaiah. Isaiah Likely for me on my board is tight end 2, right behind Trey.
I'm just looking at all the other teams that could potentially take a tight end. Like, so ahead of us, well, obviously the Ravens are on the clock, followed by Washington, then it's New England, the Vikings. No, well, not the Vikings, is it? Aye, Vikings. Then it's Chargers, Browns, Dolphins, Raiders, Patriots again. Then it's Baltimore again. Then it's us. So
Yeah.
this one,
Would you-
this
would you-
this pick here should be Charlie Kohler, to be fair, with the Ravens.
Well, here you go, right? We're saying tight end. Would you be opposed to going back-to-back wide receivers? So we get a wide receiver in this draft, but the part of it is to help you on special teams in kick returns and punt returns.
Ravens have just taken Armour Davis at cornerback.
Wow.
Yeah, I just saw that.
There go the cornerbacks.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I mean, it's not like that's a position we should ignore.
Yeah.
Given what we don't know. But it sure sounds like they're going to be – so far, we'll see what happens. Sure sounds like Kelvin Jones is going to be a part of this thing. I would be surprised. Now, he might get suspended. But just the way things have gone so far, it's a little more cut and dry usually in things like this where a murder's involved.
Yeah.
And this one's not. So there's a lot to think about there. I like your wide receiver idea. I mean, the thing is that it was interesting that they didn't bring in many wide receivers outside of,
the big one.
visits.
Yeah, the 30-day visits, yeah.
Is 129 too early for Kyron Williams? Or did it?
Yeah, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Hold on. What are my options? Let me get my running back.
Oh, we've got another trade. Washington have just traded 120 and 189 to Carolina for 144 and 149.
Okay. Is something going on with Spiller? I mean, is there a medical thing going on?
I don't know. That's the thing. I've not heard of anything. And he does seem to be dropping down boards that for most people, they've got like the likes of people like Tyler Algier and Brian mentioned Kyron Williams. And I don't get what's happened. I haven't heard any news about what's happened with Isaiah Spiller. Because for me, he was a second round running back.
I think Gil Brandt had him like 32 on his top 100.
Wow.
Oh, you are joking. The Panthers have just selected Brandon Smith, linebacker from Penn State.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping he may have filled into the fifth.
Yeah, that felt like a guy that they would. Felt like a guy that they would take and throw him on the linebacker depth chart for sure.
Just that hook up with Parsons.
Just go to Isaiah Spiller. Right.
Oh.
So Steve is just raising the point here. Kate Otten and Jeremy Roker, they're both gone, Steve.
Yeah,
they're not options.
They're done.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing flagging up on mine. My medical notes on Isaiah Spiller is he had that leg injury, but that was in 2020.
Yeah, think about him too. Is he's got some of these guys, teams get leery that they don't catch the ball, but he's got production. Catching the ball out of the backfield for at a college level. If you have 20 or 30 catches as a running back, that's fine. And he's got that. He's shown he can do that. He's not a great pass blocker, but to me, it's like one of those things where the value might be too good to pass up. And I know we've devalued running backs, and I'm certainly on board with that. I'm the guy who's not happy with the contract currently on running back one, or the fact that running back one still got to be running back one last year. But if you look ahead, man, Isaiah Spiller in year 2 wouldn't be a bad thing. And it's not like you couldn't use him a little bit this year, and then you don't wear him down, but you get him his NFL experience, and then you cut Zeke's workload. You're paying him either way, so it doesn't matter if you give him a lot of carries, depending on which Zeke we get. But I think we all know where this is going.
And you're talking about a running back that in the SEC was extremely productive statistically, had great seasons. So that's why I'm a bit confused. I know you can argue about his running style. He's quite upright and quite tall, so he gets chopped down easy. But he's got all the... You know what he reminds me of when you see him running as Damian Harris?
Mike, the Patriots have just came in.
Cornerback off.
Yep,
another
Jack
cornerback
Jones
off the board.
Man, they are taking defensive backs in this draft.
Well, in this round, for sure.
Yeah, Jack Jones.
Jack Jones.
Sitting here on my Jack Jones.
Whether the Cowboys like Bland, but I think it's too early to do Bland. I mean, Bland is later on. They like Marquise Bell, but that certainly feels.
I like that.
Florida A&M.
It's very early for him, wouldn't it be?
I feel like it is. I think. I mean, to me, there's a difference in the 4th round and the 5th round by quite a bit, and that's when I start transitioning into traits or specialty things like kicker.
Yeah.
I'm still going for best possible player here.
Yeah,
and that's where, I mean, Isaiah Spiller is the name that jumps at you.
Is for the same for me, mate.
If we had to go, I don't know that they would go corner. I think they feel like they're good there, honestly, even with or without Kelvin Joseph. Let's say they wouldn't add someone later, but I think for now, I would. A wide receiver, I could be talked into that again. That's interesting.
That's what I'm saying, especially if you've got something where they can provide you with some special teams.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Mike, because we've obviously lost Cedric Wilson as well. That we've kind of more or less picked up the part where we've got like that deep threat from Tolbert now, but we don't really necessarily have that additional body for special teams that they can slot in as well.
And when you think like they're going to think about how diminished your wide receiver core is, and they're going to have your wide receiver 1, CD Lamb, taking punt returns. I'm not all about that right now. I want to get a wide receiver in. So you're going back-to-back wide receivers. You got Khalil Shakir there, who I think could do the job.
If we get Khalil Shakir, I will lose my mind.
So, these are the type of guys I'm looking at that will provide those sort of options for you. And
Calvin Austin.
Calvin Austin's another one.
Yeah. I do love Khalil Shakir. I think even just
still in needs.
Like, oh man, that would
but
be
just
nuts.
to let you know, I just got to hop off a minute because I got to go do the father thing at the moment. But I'll be right back as soon as Ellie, and just so you know, she is named after Zeke Elliott. But once Ellie's in bed, I'll be right back. Back in a mo.
I'll tell you what, the pick that I would not like right here would be Jake Windermeyer, the tight end from Texas A&M. I mean, his testing was so bad, and I just
Raiders have they've just selected running back Zamir White.
Wow, that's a fake pen throw, I would say. I would have picked him in the 5th, mate.
This reminds me of the old Jay Ajayi. Years ago. I mean, everyone talked about like a chronic knee thing and put you in a position where it's like
that would be London-born Jay Ajayi, is it?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, he's a former
The reason why I'm saying that, KT, is across here, anytime it was mentioned on the press, it was London-born Jay Ajayi. It wasn't just
we just basically on Sky Sports, and this is no dig to Sky Sports at all. It's like every advert or any feature piece before Monday Night Football or anything like that. It was always the same documentary about GI, and we were like, just so sick of watching it.
Around here, it's like Frisco Heritage. Yeah, it's like just about the high school that he went to around here.
Guys, one of the standout names for me that's still there, and I can't understand it, is Darian Kennard. He's still there.
Yeah.
Is it too? And Jamari Salyer. Is it too early to go for offensive line again?
I'm in those. I absolutely would double dip because I think there is a clear uncertainty that Tyler Smith is ready to go be your starting left guard. And that's not a shot at Tyler, but I think it's a very unfair thing to do is say, here's a guy who's played tackle his whole life. Go play left guard right now and make a huge difference. I'm like, I don't know if that's fair to the kid. And it's not, that's why that wouldn't have been my draft pick on that one. But I think a lot of people agree with that.
See, this is why I hate the Patriots for picking Cole Strange. So early on, man, I was kind of hoping he would have kind of be there in the third or something like that, but nah.
We got 6 picks to get through. I'll put my 2 cents in. I think Kohler or Kennard. That's one of those two.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
You
especially
mentioned
when
Sawyer
you think,
too. I like that.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
when you think that Kennard was, at the beginning of this process was probably tipped to be our second round pick, and then
Yeah.
he seems to be one of these guys that has just dropped. Everybody else seems to be rising. Why is he dropped? I don't know whether there's medical issues with him as well, but
Well, I think
Oh.
there too. And when
I
it
think
comes to
Cade
guard,
York's just gone to Cleveland.
No,
Oh no, Spiller's gone to the Chargers.
Spellers went to the Chargers.
No, I'm seeing for some reason Josina Anderson saying Cade York, Cleveland, but I don't know why she's saying that.
man, Kennard or Sawyer, either one of those guys, that they can play guard. There's no question. And now you can focus in on.
Confirmed, Browns have gone for Cade York, 124th pick.
Okay, 5 away. There we go. This is good. This is where it gets fun here. You got 5 away. And we were talking about Kohler, but man, I kind of was thinking about so many other guys and not thinking about offensive line. And once that topic got brought up on here, I was like, duh, Kennard and Sawyer, they're there. That's soft. It takes so much pressure off Tyler Smith to go try to be something he's not. Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And if they can compete and go to camp and Tyler Smith wins the job, great. I like that.
Yeah.
And not just that, it just adds more depth to other parts of the line as well.
Yeah.
1 second, guys. Bear it back.
Okay. So, guys, do you think it might be worth putting up the predicted picks so far?
Yeah, go first. Absolutely.
Right, we'll get the...
So what's happened at 123 and 124? I heard you say Cade York at 124. What happened at 123?
Cade York,
so Isaiah Spiller went to the Raiders.
Isaiah Spiller. Okay.
Yep.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Correction, he went to the Chargers at 123.
Chargers, yeah.
Well. So Spiller to the Chargers, Cade York to the Browns. That's 2 guys we don't have to worry about anymore. So hey, good conversation. Fill a few minutes there.
It's so crazy that the official broadcast is like still 3 picks behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are y'all tipping picks or just letting it happen? Because I gotta tell you, I'm in the boat of tipping picks, but I'll do it. I'll follow protocol here.
If you know something before us, Jeff or KT, you say it.
Yeah. Just break it out.
Let it out.
Let me get my phone out here. Oh, hold on 1 second. Someone's in my door. There's a lot going on here. Be right back.
So Cade York becomes the first player in the draft to get drafted. First kicker in this year's draft.
Yep.
Can't even talk.
Which means anybody else wanting a kicker needs to start thinking about using it earlier.
Yeah, guys. Be sure to get your picks in, guys. Send in your comments. DJ Dogs coming up with Quiller, Kennard, Ridgeway, Joshua Williams, all available, potential. Who else is there mentioned? Don't see anything else really. But
I mean, it would be very Cowboys form to take one of those linebackers that it might be too early to take. That I always put the 4th round linebacker on the Cowboys, and they put him in a special teams role. You look at their visits,
Yeah.
Devin Harper, Oklahoma State, James Houston from Jackson State, but just it just seems early.
Does.
By the way, Kingsley and Bear's still not been selected, is he?
And
Yeah.
Igbari's still there?
Yeah, Barry is still there.
South Carolina. If he's there,
South Carolina.
I would take him.
Yeah,
add more depth to that D line.
You can never have too many defensive ends, guys.
Both ends, mate.
Yeah.
Like O line and D line, you can never have
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, like I'm looking at my board, and the top 5 guys on my board: Sam Howell, Kingsley Enagbare, Darian Kennard, Darian Kendrick, and Tariq Woolton, cornerback out of University of Texas at San Antonio.
Three to go.
Mm-hmm.
3 to go. Dude, I love the guard. I mean, the thing I'm not frustrated at Tyler Smith. I'm frustrated with two things. 2 years ago, Mike McCarthy saying that it's fantasy football. We're not going to move around guys, right? Even though they do. And 2, the first thing that happened after the season was over and the locker room clears out, one of the first things McCarthy said was, we're going to focus on penalties. And you get a guy who's just a highly penalized guy. And they like pinning, and they like both of those guys and Tyler Smith because they're mean guys. But if you watch Tyler Smith's tape, his hands are wrapped around.
Yeah, that's the one thing that really
Those are all
annoyed
the
me.
texts I was getting. Oh, another penalty guy.
But
Yeah.
that could be, but here's the thing: it could be just down to the coaching down at Tulsa. It could be down to that. Like, we just don't know. Like,
Yeah.
and I don't know if Joe Philbin's going to be the answer to help him with that, but we'll see what happens. We just need to have to wait and see.
Yeah.
And Kevin, I like your idea too. If Kennard, there's another 300-pounder, some beef, and then maybe Tyler Smith can compete on the right tackle. Gosh, Tyler and Tyron, holy crap!
Why would we just hand a job to Terrence Steele? We don't have to do that.
Right? Exactly.
Yes.
The other thing, referees are not taught to watch for holding. They're taught to watch for hand placement. And that's why it's such an important trait is where these guys put their hands inside. You watch Tyler Smith; his hands are everywhere.
Dolphins have just taken
Eric Izukama for wide receiver.
Wow.
Good player.
Texas Tech.
Way to go.
Good player.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Hellman
really good.
didn't like it because
3 to go. Yeah, 3 to go.
So
That's a freaky talented dude. And man, with the way they're going to be playing with Waddle and Hill running underneath stuff as well as going long, and they can run some clear out stuff with Eric. Not that he's not going to step in and play immediately, probably not much. He's still raw, but
That's a stadium wide receiver group they've got already now. The Dolphins.
well, I still think Justin Ross can play. I don't think he helps you on special teams, and I think that's why he continues to fall. But man, late round 5, round 6, Justin Ross, if he doesn't mess up his neck, he's being talked about in the top 100. He's just got a bad neck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or had a bad neck.
Just seen Dave's tweet. He's like, no.
Good player, man. Should have gone back to Tech, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that the Raiders are trading up.
Ooh.
So they're trying to get in front of someone.
Let me just check.
Which they were originally on the clock. Then it went to Minnesota. Now it's back to them.
yeah, I think they'd switched out with Minnesota and went to 125 or something like that. So
Yeah.
I'm not getting anything popping up yet.
Raiders are going to be at 126. The Vikings will now be 165 and 169.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
I don't think they're going to draft a guard. I want them to, but I don't think they'll do it.
Yeah.
I'm getting more excited about Canora, I think, and then Tyler competing with Steele.
Yeah.
I mean, Marcus Hayes is still there from Oklahoma as the guard, but I don't see that happening. I don't see it.
Oh, he's way too early to take him.
Yeah. Like that's well, in terms of the guards, I can see it stands out right now. It's close, like based on the PFF board.
Yeah,
that's the one that's top of the range.
Yeah.
Well. Well, drama.
So
I said I had to be off by 50, but once we got here, I was like, man, I got to stay till the end of the pick. I'm sorry. I'm here.
yes, there is an our trade. They just trade up again with the Vikings. Yep. So we do have
the Raiders are on the clock.
Yep, we do have a trade. We do have a trade.
Yeah.
Raiders. The Patriots are on deck, and they'll probably so the Raiders are taking LSU defensive tackle Neil Farrell.
Oh,
wow. That's a good pick.
For them.
That's a good pick.
He'll
go next to Cleveland Farrell.
And Raiders gave up 165 and 169 to get the 126 pick.
So yeah, it's pretty good little player right there. Play a little one technique for him. That'd be good. All right, Patriots gonna go defense again.
Yeah,
you would like to think so.
What have they done so far here?
Oh, guys, see if they take bloody Khalil Shakir in this one. I don't see it happening, but that was another thing that came out this morning is that they want to look for trade offers for N'Keal Neal.
N'Keal Harry.
N'Keal
Harry, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, they've been looking. I think they were shopping him last year as well. Just around about week 8, the week 8 trade deadline, they were offering.
Well. I don't know. I mean, Kingsley and Abare would be really fun too. I mean, if you're trying to get serious about defensive end, throw that in the mix. Whew. There's some good players here.
And he can play on the right side.
I have no clue if they like him. I mean, it's more of a tackle, less of a guard, and I would prefer them to focus on guard. But I like Deesh from Arizona State too. But I don't know if they do.
So this is the first year in draft history that Georgia have had 10 players drafted in a single year, and there's still 3 rounds remaining.
You know, another thing, we talked about Calvin Austin and Khalil Shakir. Shakir more of a better all-around wide receiver, but both guys could go play special teams.
Patriots
wow. Okay, wait. So what did we say? Do you think Patriots were going to go defense?
Running back.
Running back Pierre Strong.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, one to go.
Wow. So we're on
day.
Away.
We're not on the clock. We're on day.
Not on the clock yet, ladies and gentlemen.
What a time.
Yeah, quite a lot of people are questioning that Patriots pick because it's not necessarily something they would normally do.
Well, they recycle their running backs really quickly.
Yeah.
But dude, this guy
don't kick them long.
Pierre Strong. I mean, look, all the running backs, or a lot of the running backs are gone now. Kieran Williams still there for us?
Yeah, he's still there if we wanted him.
Tyler from BYU is still there. Zonovan Knight, North Carolina State's there.
Boy, it's just still so many good players. So I feel pretty good. It's just, are they going to take some of the names you've been throwing out there?
Could they consider a trade back here? Try and pick up something else. They sat in and picked everywhere last year, so I don't think they would.
If you can get an extra 7th or something like that, I would be down for that because we don't have anything in the 7th.
Like if
Yeah, that'd be
you
good.
picked up a 7 and you could pick up, say, a quarterback, a kicker with those picks.
Yeah, say for example, I don't know, like Green Bay, like who are 3 places behind us. I would take that trade. Like if they offers like their like swap the 4th round pick and add an extra 6th or 7th, I'd be happy with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I kind of like that. He's got 2 first names, but the Wake Forest tackle Zach Tom too.
Yeah,
if they wanted
yeah,
to
I
go
like
there.
Zach Tom.
Yeah.
Like,
Definitely.
I gotta tell you,
a lot of people projected him to go into the 2nd round.
this draft just got
Yeah.
it's got so deep. I think like in some years we would already be moving to the traits portion of this draft.
Oh no! Ravens just took Charlie Collar. No!
Oh,
Oh, man.
Nate.
All right, Kennard.
Oh,
Let's
that
get
is
Kennard.
twice it's happened with the tight ends.
Kennard or
McBride.
Collier, take them now.
Yeah,
Take
Trey
one of them.
McBride.
Guard, come on.
Trey McBride happened in the 2nd round,
Yeah.
the pick before, and now it's happened with Charlie Collar in the
Yeah.
4th.
Now you get Kennard.
Ah, man.
Kennard.
Take a tackle, or take Kennard, or take Sawyer now.
Right, guys, get the predict the picks in. Get the
Kennard.
comments in, guys. Steal.
I fear they're going to take someone that doesn't need to go yet.
I would be down
Yeah.
for that. Jojo Dorman. I would be up for that.
I don't think he's on their board. I think they've already taken Jojo Dolman off, Paul.
Have they?
There are injury concerns with Jojo Dolman. Like, he is one of your super seniors, and has a long injury history. So I wouldn't be averse to the pick myself, but I think he's off their board.
My fear is they take Darren Bland from Fresno State. Just my fear.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've just seen that as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you guys seen the pick already?
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
I'm just putting this
No,
up
just
now.
just
I'm just saying the pick is in for now. Because I don't see us trading back right now.
This is what David Moore of the Dallas Morning News tweeted about 2 minutes ago. Players available to the Cowboys, and he put Darren Bland. I actually know the pick now, guys. I know the pick. I'm going to let you guys do it. This is y'all's show, not mine. I'm going to shut up. But I know the pick. I'm going to shut up.
Hit us, Kevin. Hit us.
Oh, what?
I think you can
Have you seen it?
call it out,
I have
Kevin.
seen it.
Oh, so the Cowboys have just selected Wisconsin tight end Jake Ferguson.
Oh no.
I mean, it's just so average. He's just
I know
so average.
he was a 30-day visit guy as well, wasn't he?
Why?
Yeah,
That's surely a reaction to 124 or to
It had
Collar
to be.
before
It
them.
had to be.
Jeez.
That, oh my god, they had tackles and guards available to them that would have helped. That is a huge reach.
Mm.
Wow.
I mean, here's the good thing. The good thing is that he's a decent blocker.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I give you that.
Yeah.
If there's one thing what you're just about to mention there, like in terms of blocking, what we did with Tyler Smith, he's a good run blocker. Where it comes to Ferguson, he helps with the blocking scheme. So if anything, we're going to try and help amplify our running game again for sure.
He also only played special teams in his freshman year. And then, Wisconsin, they didn't ask him to do that anymore. But I think you better be playing special teams for us this year, buddy.
Yes.
I don't view him as upside to be a number one tight end replacement if you let Schultz go. And that's where I kind of like, if I'm going to take a pick on a tight end there, I'm taking Isaiah Likely, or I'm taking even another guy with a little better traits maybe and less production or maybe less blocking skills. The name that jumps out is maybe like, I mean, there's not that many great great tight ends to be left, honestly, with great traits.
Yeah.
Weidermeyer had him before he tested like garbage, but
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
that's a weird one.
I'm deflated after that pick.
It's like it's kind of goes back to when we had actually Will McLeod on the show yesterday.
Mm.
Like they have their own, like they do see these players more hands-on. They will probably get a better idea of how to assess these guys, because like for like some
And we've got another kicker off the board.
Oh, is it not? It's not Cameron Dicker, is it?
It's not Cameron. It's Jordan. Wait a minute. I've just lost the pick.
Jordan Stout.
Yep.
Is he not Punter?
To be fair,
Well,
like,
To me, Jake Ferguson doesn't reek as a guy who is your starting tight end next year if Dalton Schultz is out. But maybe they feel like they can go and develop him. His blocking is okay. You know, just kind of like when there's other guys on the board. I think, you know what happened, though, guys? A lot of us here, or at least I know I did, and I know I'm not the only one, started thinking about some of the guards and like maybe a tight end at right tackle. I mean, a competition at right tackle with Tyler Smith and Terrence Steele.
Yeah.
Deep draft, though. 4 fifth-round picks.
Yeah.
It's all in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the sweet spot is going to be.
Jordan Stout can actually play kicker and punter, so
yeah, he's a punter on my board.
Yeah,
that's good roster building right there. Get the guy who can do both.
Dicker can do both as well.
Well, at least we've got a Scottish name in the roster now.
Well, on my team, we don't have a punter because we don't punt. Going for it every time. We're scoring points. Guys, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I may jump back in later.
Back in later. You're always welcome. Same link applies, Kevin.
You've got another commitment at 12:30. Do that, then run around. But I might be back in a little bit, boys.
All right.
Brilliant.
Kev.
You're always welcome, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
Catch you, man. See you
Rock on,
later,
dude. You guys are the best.
Take care.
I love Kevin, man.
Yeah. Absolutely great to have Kevin on. But
the pick with Jake Ferguson, we could have got him in the fifth. I think this is pretty much from our analysis, from what we've done, Brian. I think hold on, let me move my banner. So
yeah,
I think again it goes back to what we're saying. It's like we had these other players lower ranked than expected when there's these other players available. So
yeah,
it's again, I think it just goes back down to like we need to just trust the coaching staff with us.
Yeah,
like it's a bit rich for me going for Ferguson, but again, I can't be too mad.
The way I'm reading this is that they had a list of positions and they've addressed the positions. Like, we needed offensive line, Tyler Smith. We needed edge, Sam Williams. We needed wide receiver, Talbert. We needed tight end, Ferguson. All guys we've worked out, that we've checked out. We've done extensive background checks on. And with the pick here, tight ends have been going off the board and flying off the board. And maybe they thought, we're not going to get Ferguson by the 5th. And that's why they've taken him now.
Brian, what is your...
Titans have just taken Hassan Haskins.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what are your guys' thoughts on Oklahoma State linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez? What about him?
6th round. Probably going to be 5th round now. He's a solid tackler. I would definitely consider.
That's why I would consider him, because of his tackling ability.
Bunch.
Like,
oh man,
I'm just looking at the.
I'm gonna go drink. I don't like that pick. No, I'm just kidding. We'll get a workout in and not jump back on then later on.
Yeah.
All right, Barry. We will chat to you later. Take care.
Talk to you soon.
See you about it.
Thanks, guys.
I'm just
Oh, Lauren dropped out there for a second, but go
yeah,
on ahead.
It's just the two of us, mate.
Just
So
nice and cozy.
I know. They're all dropping like flies right now. Now it's about to jump off as well and go and see RJ and that.
Yeah.
So jump on and say hello.
Yeah. We've Lauren back now.
There he is. He's back.
Sorry, guys.
What we were talking about just there before we left.
We're talking about Malcolm Rodriguez tackling.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I prefer him. And I'm just looking at the list of remaining linebackers. I still think if that's a need we do need to address is get more bodies for linebacker. So there's Darian Beavers, there's Damon Clark, LSU. I'm sure Dave Hellman would like that one, getting an LSU guy in there.
Yeah.
Jojo Doman, Malcolm Rodriguez, Micah McFadden from Indiana, Mike Rose from Iowa State, Aaron Hansford from A&M, DeMarco Jackson from App State. That would be something.
Watch out for DeMarco Jackson with the next pick.
Packers have got another wide receiver in Romeo Daubs.
Oh, Mike's gonna be upset about that one.
The knock on the LSU linebacker is that
injuries.
He's just had he's had neck fusion, so
yeah,
he's already a risky pick in terms of that can just shatter any time.
Kingsley's still there.
Yeah. He is.
I don't like. There's nothing wrong medically with him, is there?
Not that I'm aware of. No, there's not. So this is a strange one to me. Is that he's not still there? He should be gone. But then I'm saying the same thing about Darian Kennard. He should be gone, but he's not.
I mean, sometimes they don't tell you these things until after they're drafted or whatever, but it's obviously that's why Nakobe Dean dropped yesterday was the news about this pec injury and he's not having surgery on it, so
it's an interesting one.
Guys, I am going to join RG in 5 minutes, so I'm just trying to think what else. I'll stay till past and I'll jump off and join RG for an hour, then I'll jump back in. Then
we've got another punter off the board. Jake Camarda.
Camarda already?
Yep.
Wow.
Camarda, yeah.
And that was the Bucks.
That's an interesting pick.
The Ravens have got so many 4th round picks this year.
There's 6.
Right.
6 4th rounders. That's insane.
Yeah. Camarda. Jake Camarda. Wow. I'm 33.
Jake Camarda ran.
Here's an interesting.
4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I just seen that. He's faster than 9 linebackers and 9 wide
receivers at the combine.
What? That's nuts.
They obviously think he's the next Pat McAfee.
Yep.
Well, Pat McAfee couldn't really run, to be fair. He could hit, but he couldn't really run.
He could hit.
He could do a suplex off the top turnbuckle as well.
Yeah.
For the brand. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, how do you both feel about Jake Ferguson? Is it a case of it's the body for tight end and you're happy with that? And if it wasn't...
Again, I think it's just all down to my perception of how I've ranked my board, really.
Yeah.
I think, we've addressed tight end, which is fine, but I think with the Charlie Collar pick, I think that would have been the pick if it wasn't for the Ravens. It would have to be, right? But we don't know. We don't know if that was the case. We don't know what rankings Will McClay and Jerry had the tight ends. So
I would imagine the response to that is going to be that Kohler was our pick, and we got spiked on the pick itself. But again, the query or question for me is, why did you not get a little bit more aggressive? Like the Ravens build their team around tight ends.
Because we were just saying this, it's like if Charlie caught, if like we were thinking, it's like we should maybe move up a couple of places to try and get him.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and it just kind of, and that's it. So
49ers are taking offensive tackle Spencer Burford.
what?
Wow.
That is a reach, is it not?
Yeah.
I had him very low. I had him in my 300 plus bracket.
From
Wow.
UTSA.
Yeah. He wasn't even my top UTSA player. I had Tariq Woolen.
I'm just looking at. Yeah, he's actually in the bracket for where we'd actually get drafted according to PFF. So it's quite accurate in terms of that. So
Yeah. See, again, I don't trust PFF.
Again, perceptions again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It very much is. Like, I mean, we're fans at the end of the day, and we just don't know what way they're going to look at things and where they're gonna pick guys.
Yeah.
Like I'm still amazed we're coming up to nearly pick 150. Sam Howell, who this time last year was projected number 1 pick, is still on the board.
Do you really think we might actually draft somehow just as a backup quarterback? And
We
move on
could.
from-
There's Mike, and he looks happy. How are you feeling about the Jake Ferguson pick? We can't hear you.
My fault. Cough button. I was dancing to the music, so I knew what that meant.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, I've come on at the right time." Then
I've
have
just
the
kept-
Cowboys
I-
picked.
Yes.
We have picked. We've taken Jake
Oh, I can
Ferguson.
see. Yeah. Okay.
See, there was the same reaction what we had because Charlie Collar went the pick before,
Yeah.
and we were like, that would have been the pick.
Okay. Jake Ferguson is not going to be that guy you want as your starting tight end, but in 12-man formation,
Yes,
not bad.
that's what Kevin was saying.
Yeah.
He's a blocker for sure.
Yeah, on 12-man situations, he's your guy. He's what the issue I had with him is that obviously they play Wisconsin in the Big Ten, so it's quite a physical conference, and
Yeah.
I think he done like 18 reps on the bench, and he's just like, "Ooh, hold on now."
Right,
That
guys,
doesn't make a lot of sense.
what I'm going to go and do now, I'm going to go and join RJ with blogging the boys for a wee while. Then I'll make my trip back and see about maybe an hour or so. So I'll be back soon, ready for the 5th. All right.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
all right.
So here's a quick start for you guys. The last time that a kicker and 2 punters was taken in the first 4 rounds was 1993.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm gonna say it. I think it's very early for punters.
So, right, let me give you, and I'll bring up some bits and pieces here. I'll bring up Jake Ferguson for everybody because that's really what you're here for at the moment. Is the Cowboys picks were really interesting. Before it's been a bit of everything, but given the fact that things move a lot faster, as we say, we're not going to keep up. So the thing that stands out when you talk about, and I'm just doing about 8 things at once a minute and catching up on about 40 different conversations that everybody's tried to have. Right, okay. Interesting. But all right, let me give you my Jake Ferguson takes. So on my so missed tackles are an interesting statistic with him. Only 1 drop. Yards after catch are a little low. Deep catches, very low.
Low.
Contested catches very low.
Yeah.
So you
Like-
know, you get all of this with him, but look, right? I'll go through. I'll give you my scout report on him.
So
and let's go on, give me yours, Brian, and I'll come back.
is effectively we're picking up Jake Ferguson to be our blocking tight end, to be James Hanna.
Easy 12, yeah, in 12.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
Blake Bell.
Yeah. He's not there for blocking or for catching the ball. Oh wow! I just seen what you put in the comment there, Lauren. Wow.
Yep. And
And it's just come through on Sky.
And Bengals have just taken Cordell Volson as well.
Cordell Volson, yeah.
So, okay, Jake Ferguson. Let's talk a little on Jake. As I say, I have been quite vocal on Jake in terms of his combine numbers. You can see as well on the screen that they don't, nothing really jumps out at you with his metrics and his work metrics. Okay. As a blocker, we'll get downfield. We'll take on defenders. On every single play, understands his assignments, knows as well as things move along. He's got the smarts to understand what the scheme is, what they're trying to do, which is important because at the college level, the best way to describe the difference between college and NFL level for what these kids do in college, they're learning plays. In the NFL, you're learning schemes. So Jake Ferguson already understands scheme, which is important. Can get off the line quickly, shows that he can avoid contact as a route runner, which is important at the tight end position. Now, this is where I put this before the combine. I put very strong, good strength and effort to run through arm tackles and blocks. Now, the issue is the bench press didn't prove it. So I'm going to have to go back and rewatch what I was looking at to find out if there's a reason behind what that is. Vision on blocks is good. That he can get a little stuck in trying to be a little elusive, but will take advantage of his body. Smooth body control, reliable hands, even on off-target throws, which did happen at Wisconsin. Soft, natural hands, makes consistent bodies and clean catches away from his body. Issue being high cut frame limits his power in his hands. So obviously there's issues with that, which can lead to problems with the blocking. Can be a little high and tight on his hips. Slow to get rolling. Frame limit himself as a blocker again. And he's more of a glider than he is fast. But in all, I mean, it's not a bad pick. Like you say, like when you tell me, like if you said to me they're making this pick, what that tells me more than anything, rather than what the player is telling me what they're looking to do with Zeke. So like Jake Ferguson needs to be on a run heavy team. So the fact they've drafted him, what that tells me is that they want to try and utilize Zeke and Tony more. Wouldn't surprise me if a running back is taken with the next pick, with Jake Ferguson being that pick.
Yeah.
If it does, in terms of draft sequencing, you know, because we always talk about draft sequencing, if they took a running back next, or maybe not with the next pick, but with the 5th round picks, or one of them, totally not surprised at all with that.
See, I'm gonna counter that, Mike, and say this draft seems to fly in the face of what this offensive coordinator wants to do.
Yeah, it's the opposite. Run heavy.
So is this a statement that we don't believe in Kellen Moore anymore?
Or is it that Mike McCarthy has gone, right, look, I gave you the keys the last 2 years. It's not what I'm attesting to. I'm not going to sign off on this. Because he does like to call plays. Mike McCarthy does like to call plays. He usually has been really the head coach / offensive coordinator in the past. Yeah. And I wonder if maybe he's taken some of that away and he's gone, look, what I want to do, more run heavy, So I'm going to get a run blocking offensive lineman up front, a downfield fast threat, and I'm going to get a tight end that really needs to be on a run heavy offense.
Yeah, and
the signs are pointing that way.
I get what you're saying. The point is, I mean, if I'm Kellen Moore, I'm sitting there and I'm kind of sitting with my arms folded and going, "This isn't it's not my team. It's not what I want. So why would I stay here?" Do you know? I mean,
sorry, guys. Patriots have just drafted a quarterback, and it's not Howell. It's Bailey Zappi.
Bailey Zappi, yeah.
Bailey's, wow.
But here's a fact. It's the dog. Okay, 1 sec. I'm just going to shut the door. The dog keeps opening the door.
I thought he was saying the dog was making the Patriots pick again. I'm not gonna lie.
Or he's blaming the dog for the smell or something, you know.
Oh God. So Bailey's up at 137, is it, Lauren?
Yep.
Wow.
He is the quarterback.
That's right. That's right where I had him.
I mean, the thing is, what you got to think with Bailey Zappi is no quarterback in this draft threw for more yards than Bailey Zappi. Simple as. Has the most throwing yards, passing yards. So one of the things, DJ Dog, Ferguson blocking is not that good in my opinion. Slower than what it should have been on tape. Right. Okay. So, Senior Bowl, you can say he had because he's up against the top tier talent. He did okay. Didn't stand out. Didn't look bad. His blocking. So you want to talk about his technique? I mean, there we go. I just had a look now at his bench. He did 14 reps on the bench, and that's really bad.
Like that's worse than Jalen Weidermeyer.
Yeah.
Like, why would you pick someone like that?
I think they've gone in this particular instance. They're going for a particular type. Now, look, it doesn't mean to say that it won't work. Tommy Sweeney is a guy who he only managed to strike out 17 reps himself, and that's probably how I foresee the career for him going. He's just going to be one of those guys. You can say this for the running backs as well as the tight ends in the draft, that they're going to be guys that aren't like the standard, because running backs and tight ends in the past few years have really stood out. We've been spoiled with them. This year, not so much. But it doesn't mean to say that they're a bad group. Both the running backs and the tight ends, they're those type of players that they'll be on your roster for like 2 or 3 years. They'll move on to the next team, and they keep hanging about. They're just doing that constantly, And that's how I think like these players are going to be. That they have a role, they have an essential role on any roster they're on, but they'll just keep moving about. Yeah. And Tommy Sweeney, there's a good example. I'll try and see Hunter Henry. Did he? Yeah, there you go, Hunter Henry, right? And I know this.
No, I know Hunter Henry is a very good tight end, and he had a lot more ability.
Yeah, but a different type of tight end. But I'm just saying that he only put out 12 reps on the bench.
Yeah, so sometimes these guys they're not workout warriors. They don't spend the time in the gym,
well.
But they've got the ability to use their work, their they
that
don't
is correct.
They don't conform
is a fact that is correct
to normal standards. You look at somebody like Charles Haley. Charles Haley never worked out with weights. Yeah. And yet he was able to blast people off the line, so
and has a handful of Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
He does.
Hunter Henry, but I know Hunter Henry and Jake Ferguson are two very, very starkly different. They're on opposite ends of the scale in terms of what they are as tight end. But what I'm saying is that it's the tight end position. He only pumped out 13 reps on the bench. That's dog awful.
Yeah.
Lorne's got a cold. He could probably bang out 13 reps on the bench, at 100K. Yeah.
I couldn't bang out one. Definitely not.
You got
Never
long
gonna happen.
dangly arms, though. You got long dangly arms.
Yeah, I know.
And you've got a lot of Guinness in you.
So I'm going to actually give you a bit of background on that. I'm not a Guinness drinker. For someone who's Irish, I actually don't drink Guinness at all.
Right, here we go. Can anyone guess whose brother that is? Anyway, right? No.
You guys have concerns? Fields. I'm going to disagree with you on this, Mike, and say Zeke Elliott was cleared of all charges and still suspended for 6 games by Roger Goodell. And I think Zeke Elliott is to be suspended for 6 games for the actions of Sam Williams.
No, I mean, look, he was cleared of the charges, right? And without diving, we can dive deep if you really want to, but we'll probably get cancelled for talking about it too much. But
no, let's avoid
it. We'll just call them off-field issues, and they were off-field issues. He was cleared of them, albeit whichever way you want to look at it, how it happened, he did, right? The off-field issues, I don't think, are a concern. Like the legal issues, there were other issues with him in terms of like team rules, and these are the other things. So everyone's talking about the legal issues. He also had issues of falling out. I'm pretty certain he was he suspended maybe for 2 games in his second year.
Ravens are just stockpiling tight ends in the 4th round. They've just taken Likely.
Oh man, see, that was my guy. I would have taken Likely over Ferguson, but my guess is you can see a theme growing with the Cowboys picks is that Likely's the other end of the scale. So Jake Ferguson is all about you need to play him in 12-man formations. Likely, you can spot in and out to spell your head tight end, you know, whatever your tight end was.
Mark Andrews,
yeah, basically get rid of that.
But I mean, the Ravens always have 4 tight ends on the roster and 4 tight ends who contribute.
Yeah.
That's how they build it.
Yeah. Like their tight end core is almost like their wide receiver core in a way, of that different roles and what they can do in that offense. But going back to Lloyd's question, I don't have any concerns about his legal issues. The legal issues have been long gone and resolved. 2019, I believe that was. So the thing I will say is that they did. The Cowboys themselves, as well as Dan Quinn, spend a lot of time with Sam Williams. So that is going to be, I can categorically say that we know that the coaches, Will McClay most certainly. I mean, it's unfortunate we had Will McClay on yesterday and not today to ask these questions, but that they would have done their homework on him. They would have asked the questions. They would have gone, most definitely, I would say they've gone to 4th Avenue, asked the questions and gone, look, what would be the implications if he were to be drafted? What would be the outcome? This is the situation. And they would have done all of that without a doubt, because they're not going to spend that level of draft capital without doing their homework. That being said, it's the Cowboys' 2nd round pick, and they always take chances with their 2nd round pick.
I hate that they do that.
I know.
I really do.
I was on the other show yesterday, and they asked me the question. I said, "It's just," and they asked me, they're like, "Well, what is it with the Sam Williams?" And I said, "Well, it's a 2nd round pick. It's what they do. They take chances on the 2nd round." And then they were like, "Well, why is that?" I said, "It's just part of their philosophy. Part of their philosophy is 2nd round, take a chance."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hate it. I really hate it.
Like you say, it's just part of their thing. Their MO.
Bringing you up to speed before
Zach Tom's gone. Damn it.
Yeah, and the Steelers took Calvin Austin at 138 as well.
Yeah.
So.
Day 3. Remember me and you, Bri, were talking on the Prospect Project about Calvin Austin. We said Day 3 is a nice place for him to land. Given the history, the medical red flags, he is a second-round wide receiver that you have to drop back given the red flags he raises.
Mm. Yeah. It's true.
Is the way it goes. We'll just put that on. Right. But, all right, then. Right, here's one for you.
All right, let's go.
Okay. The Cowboys' final draft pick, pick 193. Quarterback, Jack Cohn, or fullback, Connor Hayward?
Take the fullback. We don't have
I
one.
would. Yeah, I would.
Well, we did just pick up a guy just last week of free agency.
Ryan Nall.
Ryan Nall. So
Yeah, he's more for special teams, though.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's almost entirely a special teams pick or player. I think he's played very few in-game snaps.
I will
try and get some more stats. Go on.
I would maybe go.
I'm just talking loud.
Actually, because you got both Will Greer and Cooper Rush, both on contract years, both worth £1 million this year. Danucci, I think we've seen enough, to be honest.
Yeah. That project's over, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm not against using our final pick in the 6th round and pick up
or undrafted.
There, so.
I think by this time next week, I think 2 of Cooper Rush, Will Greer, and Ben DiNucci will be gone.
Yeah, it has to be.
They will no longer be on the roster.
So what you're thinking then? You're saying you are into the idea of a fullback being taken, but you're saying PFA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me go to my ranks. I do have full bank rankings. I know that's really sad.
Yeah.
Let me see. Here we go. All right. So Xander Horvath, I think. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think he'll get drafted. Somebody who I don't think will that you could pick up if it was a guy who played for Memphis, Sean Dykes.
Yeah.
There's a guy you could make. I know there's Jeremiah Hall as well from Oklahoma, but I know what people will say there. Yeah.
John Chanel. Wisconsin.
Chanel. Yeah. You go there again. A guy who played linebacker and converted. So, we know how that works out for us when this guy's playing the other way. But let me get some more. I'm trying to get some more information on Ferguson for everybody. So have a little play with some of this. Get you some statistics and stats. So, I mean, the thing that pops out is that when he gets the ball, he's a bulldozer, 7th in the FBS in missed tackles forced, right? But he just doesn't get that many receptions. He had his most targets. This is not receptions. His most targets were this year at 61, which is just basically hardly anything,
Yeah.
What else have we got? Contested catch rate, which is okay. So his run blocking grade is quite interesting, actually. So give me 5. I'm just going to run some. Right, let me just write this down. Right, you might have to give me a minute and you pair talk amongst yourselves while I just research this a moment.
Yeah.
This is quite interesting. Let me just go to tight ends.
Lauren, I know you shared the next pick, and I think it's the first person I don't have on my board. So at 141, the Ravens have picked up cornerback Damarian Williams.
Mm-hmm.
So Ravens are really, I mean, with 6 picks in this round alone, like they're really turning up their roster and building it out. How many of these guys are actually going to survive? And this is the thing I have with rosters is how many of these guys are you actually going to take into the season?
Yeah. I'd agree. Right. So he's a 5'10" senior out of Houston. NFL.com is basically saying he's going to be an average backup or special teamer. 5'10", 182 pounds, 34.5-inch vertical, 11. Well, this is a 118 broad jump. Yeah, it doesn't say anything special. 8 3/4-inch hands.
Oh, I found him.
Yeah.
He was ranked as one of my just below 500 for me of my players. That's where I had him.
It just goes to show that this year there's a lot of selections that are just causing a lot of head scratching for a lot of people.
Yeah. And I mean, I bring it back to the fact that the top guys still sitting on my board were there since the 4th round started. So you still have Sam Howell, Kingsley Barre, Darian Kennard, Darian Kendrick is still there, Jalen Wadermeyer is still there, Tariq Walton is still there, Jalen Catalon now, safety, although I don't think he's actually in the draft. Josh Joby is still there. There's a lot of guys still there.
Hold on, I'm almost there.
Rams have just taken the Kobe Durant cornerback.
All right, here we go. Right, do you want this statistic about Jake Ferguson? I'm almost there. I am almost there.
Yeah, go on then.
Chase Allen. Yeah,
Go on.
Right, I got 2 more guys. I just got to research. I'm practically there, and I think. Yeah. Okay. 185. Fine. My last guy. Right. Here we go. Okay. So, and I know it's not the be all and end all, right? But just gives you an idea of what you're dealing with Jake Ferguson. So, first of all, what is interesting is amongst all the tight ends in this year's draft, he has the highest. Damn dog. Yeah. It's just like I'm back in my office upstairs. So he has the highest run blocking grade amongst all the tight ends. Also, when running backs go to the outside of him, so they bounce completely out, the running backs average 2.52 yards per carry, which is the highest of any of the tight ends when running outside of them.
Yeah.
So that is what you're dealing with. So that is what the Cowboys have gone for.
Again, like I fully accept the point you're making, Mike, and this is my concern.
That's what they've gone for.
This is my concern. Is your offensive coordinator and your head coach don't seem to be coordinated.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the lean is that they're already looking towards next year, and neither of those two are going to be available or are going to be on the head coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know Graham would say that it shouldn't be, and I agree with Graham's point that Mike McCarthy's ass is so red hot right now, he can't sit down.
Yeah.
And I think it's wrong. I do think it's wrong because I think they've hamstrung him since the very start.
Yeah.
And this seems to be a case if this is being built for another head coach who likes to run the ball.
I mean, the one thing we would say is obviously, you know, in the same way that you sit down with players at the end of the season and say, right, this is what we want you to look at for the next season. Perhaps this is something McCarthy sat down and with Kellen Moore and said, how do we improve the running game? You know, and given Kellen Moore things to investigate and incorporate into his playbook for this year, so that it's a more rounded playbook. And you know, Kellen Moore, he doesn't have the pedigree because yes, great, he's had, you know, top 10 offenses all the years that he's been coaching, but you know, perhaps if you know, it's not taking him anywhere. It's not taking us to the championship game. It's taking us to the playoffs, and we've been lacking something when we have been playing in playoff games. So this is areas where he needs to build on, and that's maybe where they sat down and discussed this.
Yeah, that's entirely fair.
Yeah, these are good.
I don't know who this pick is.
Right, 1 minute. Let me. I've shut my draft board down a minute. It has told me off because I haven't been using it. Right, there we go. All right. What other things have we got from comments?
Sam Howell is going off the board in the 5th round.
Wow.
The Commanders. The Commanders have got him.
Wow.
Right, so I have a lot. I don't know about you guys on your board. I have a lot of running backs quite high up. Do you know what I find crazy, mind you? And I might be wrong here, unless somebody can tell me. Kingsley Enagbare is still available.
Yeah, he is.
Wow.
So is Darian Kennard.
Crazy.
Like this is going to be a big round for us. Obviously, we've 4 picks in this round.
Has Isaiah Spiller gone off now?
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah,
he went to the Chargers at 117, wasn't it?
There we go. Yeah, I got you. Got you. Rightio, let's go to the layers so I can update myself. Sam Howell finally off the board. Mind you, that is absolutely crazy to be that far down. Right. Let me get back to this. I need to slightly update my board, and then we'll get into some more games here. All right. Let's go with this. This could be a bit of fun. I'll give you some more draft to the future. We'll have a go at that. I'm just cleaning things up here before I get told off for leaving a mess. Right, okay. Best available for me. McCollum, cornerback, still there. I will let you know. Hold on. Let me go to my corner.
He is, yes. He is.
Yep. Yes, he is. You're right. Yeah, he's still there. From Sam Houston State.
Mm-hmm.
Kalen Barnes. I swear he went, didn't he?
No.
Ooh, interesting. Now you're talking about a cornerback. There is a guy that fits the Cowboys mold. Kalen Barnes.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a great pick. But then again, right, there's still running backs available. So you could, and you've got a lot of 5th round picks.
Kyron Williams still there.
Kyron Williams, just get rid of that. Kyron Williams, yeah.
Now, Sam Williams has tweeted that he's wearing a picture of him wearing number 54.
Okay, Bry. Bri, we've talked about these guys on the Prospect Project show.
Yeah.
Right? 3 of them. Darian Beavers, Damone Clark, and Joe Doman, all still available.
They're not going to take Jojo Dolman.
That would be lovely.
They might take Beavers.
They might take... No, I think Damone
They
Clark.
won't take Doman.
Yeah.
And I don't think they'll take Clark either. Of those 3 names, Darian Beavers.
Doman, for me, right now, is like the... probably one of the hidden gems in day 3. Like that is my secret weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Man. That would be delicious. Now let me just get a not repeating that. Okay. There we go. Just sending Paul a message. Right. Yeah. So Damone Clark, I think, would fit quite nicely.
No.
And we know
neck fusion surgery. No.
It's day 3 though. You could take it. You could take your chances. Yeah.
No. Wouldn't do it.
But I mean, just clear all this off. I've really messed my draft board up moving stuff around here. Right. Okay. There we go.
Like where I would be going with this first pick in the 5th round, which is not too far away.
Yeah.
There's still offensive line guys there. You have Darian Kennard. You have Jamari Salyer. They're both there. Rasheed Walker from Penn State is there.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Yes, I agree with you, but maybe Thayer Munford. What about
still there?
What about going completely the other way around, and they take Donovan West instead? So that deals with his center issue. And Donovan West,
no,
I think at a pinch you could kick to guard.
No,
I
don't think so. No, but that's me. As I say, I've not even been close with any of the picks this year. So look,
So Donovan West is my second center, and I've given him a 75.08 score, which basically gives you a 4th round grade. I
don't know how he was your second center.
Oh yeah,
I'd Fortner way ahead of him.
Yeah, I had issues with Fortner. I mean, you were right because he's gone earlier. I just feel that he's more developmental with some of the things he's got to do than what Donovan West has.
What's the point of bringing in a center to develop when you already have Matt Farniok who's doing that?
Yeah.
When you've Connor McGovern who played his whole college career as a center and can't get a snap as a center, there's no point for me. There's no point bringing in a center, and I'm saying this now, and they'll probably do it. Yeah.
You gotta laugh at Kevin Turner. He's so cool, man. Sharing it all on Twitter. Look, he's a cool man.
Oh no!
Hold on, let me get on
Why
Twitter.
are the Chiefs having such a good draft?
Why? Oh, they have. They've taken. Yeah, I see.
Oh no!
But we're getting closer to the Cowboys pick. We got to deal with the Giants twice here, and the Eagles just before us. And Washington pick not long after the Giants' second pick. Whew. So this will be an interesting run.
Giants pick is in.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting to predict the pick just quite yet.
The picks are going to start flying in, folks. So if we miss picks, we do apologize.
Right. Okay.
God
okay.
damn, I hate the Kansas City Chiefs draft. It has been so
draft
good.
Draft to the future. Let's get back into some of this, right, guys? Draft to the future. Dwayne Harris, wide receiver.
Don't care.
What do you reckon, Lorne?
Sorry, I missed that.
Going back to draft to the future. Draft to the future. Dwayne Harris, wide receiver.
Oh God. Let's see, 2013.
Yeah, you're right. 2011.
2011. 2 years out.
Yeah, no, you were not far off. We'll do some Starset cuts in a moment as they all start coming in. They're getting some names for me that are more undrafted guys. Not Kennard, but DJ Davidson there. And then we're pretty much done. We've done it for another year. Albeit it was 24 hours, but not all at once.
Yes. Very, very true.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the two Giants picks that were just taken. I'm not a big fan of those two picks. I mean, it's fine. You know, okay. You're into day 3 here, so this is more. You're more listening to what you're being told in your front office of what are value picks. But yeah, I'm not a fan. But okay, we'll get past this Washington pick and we'll start looking into getting into predict the pick, and then we'll take it from there. All right. Try and get some predictions on the Washington pick. What if Washington take a quarterback?
They already did.
They took Sam Howell.
They took Sam Howell. And they have Carson Wentz. They don't need another one.
Yeah, no. I forgot they took Sam Howell. Unless they take a center.
Maybe.
Washington's where Donovan West goes. Or if you've got a different center. That's right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I need to do the Jake. I need to do this. Sorry, yeah. I'm being told off. I need to do the Jake Ferguson scout report on our social media. Yeah, okay. I will get on it. Right, okay. I will probably do that after their 5th pick because then I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
This draft has been very Las Vegas. I'm just, I have Sky on here on my iPad, and I just saw the pick there for the Giants at 146.
Micah McFadden.
Yeah, that's
maybe
a bit early.
Yeah, I've had the 2 Giants picks. I wasn't that impressed by them.
All right. Oh, and I've just seen I've seen who the other.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, okay. That's what I'm like.
Yeah. Who was the 2nd pick?
DJ
Davidson.
Never heard of him.
Arizona State defensive tackle.
Oh, Paul's going to be upset. Khalil Shakir's gone to Buffalo. That is a nice pick. Let's get the wide receiver rankings up for people.
47. New York Giants.
Jamari Salyer. You could sell me on that pick with the Cowboys pick.
Right now, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would go with that. Kingsley Egnabare is another one. What linebackers are left? And what running backs are left? Because I feel that's the 2 places. So, Darian Beavers, there's an interesting pick. Possibly. That would be very interesting. But in terms of where I think they're going to go, I think Kingsley is the guy who's jumping out at me the most in terms of value. Whether the Cowboys are going there, nothing really right now is telling me they're going for value. They're going for position of need more than anything. So I'm thinking it's either going to be tackle or it's running back.
Could they look at Jack Sanborn? I think it's way early. It's way early.
The thing I was going to say, but what is there that's telling you that they won't take that pick early? Because at the moment they're just taking the guys that they like, that they want, and it does not matter about position.
See, I wouldn't say that. I think we were kind of talking about this whilst you were off air. They seem to literally be taking off the positions they need. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That they're going for position of need as opposed to value. So if you're saying linebacker like Sanborn, linebacker is a position of need. If they took the guy, you wouldn't be like, well, there's a shock, because this year you're just
that's kind of why it jumped out to me. But I think Kyron Williams would probably be, if they're looking at positions of need, Kyron Williams stands out to me at running back. Abram Smith from Baylor stands out as running back.
I would say Kyron is the biggest one.
Tyler Algier from BYU.
Yeah, I just wonder if his his production was a little inflated. There's Cole Turner. Wow. Okay. Cole Turner gone to Washington. Tyler Algier, I just wonder with the BYU system whether what he got was slightly inflated. So that's why I'm always a bit dubious with when I watch his tape. Let me try and get some more of this sent out. Did Barry say he was coming back, or is he out? Right, okay. Let's get this shit there.
So the Bills have traded again by the looks of things to get up to 148.
And also, by the way,
they took Khalil Shakir with that.
Yeah,
they?
So they did.
Yeah.
No. Twitter's all over the place, I think.
Yeah.
Make sure as well, guys. Yesterday, we had Will McClay on the show talking about the first round pick. Go to either our Twitter or YouTube page to go and listen to that. Just a conversation about the pick and then about Will McClay himself. Obviously busy. So, how long was he with us for? About 15, 20 minutes?
15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so it give you a bit of an insight into the reason behind the pick as well, if you have some concerns. Just as I say, head on over. We did have it on Facebook. We had an issue with Facebook at the time, so don't bother going there. You'll miss half of the interview.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
someone was being a bit naughty.
I started to watch it this morning, and it was talking about doing the bit where he was talking about being in the music video for the Barcelona rapper.
Yeah.
That was very good. As we say, you don't expect to get an insight like that on draft day, and there you go. That's what happened.
We got it. Yeah. And then we had both Mickey and Brad Shannon.
Brad, yeah.
Actually, I need to send a message to Brad. I forgot to do it. Would you be opposed, right, guys? Would you be opposed with this pick then? Because some people were talking about the cornerback problems as well, or issues, depending on how you want to look at it. But would you be opposed to Tariq Woolen being the pick?
I have Darion Kendrick ranked higher.
Okay.
So if they took either player, I would have no issue.
Yeah, I think at this stage they're pretty much of a muchness.
Tariq Woolen for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right there. I'm the same. How did I not notice
Cole
that?
Turner's just gone to the
Yeah.
Redskins. Sorry, Commanders.
The lol.
Yeah. We will do that again. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So we're now what 5 picks away from
Trade for pick 150 for the Houston Texans, I think, are in, and they've made their pick already.
Yeah, coming
So
in
as
thick
we
and
said-
fast now.
Yeah, as we say, this is going to happen, folks. It's just going to start moving so quick.
Right. Do you want to get into because of the speech? Should we get into predict the pick then?
Yeah, let's have
Right.
it.
Yeah.
All right then, guys. So everyone at home, predict the pick. We are getting awfully closer to that, to the Cowboys pick. We're only 1, 2, 3, 4 more picks to be taken. So we'll get into predict the pick. All right. So this is all about now just talking about the Cowboys pick. So tell us what you think the Cowboys are going to do here. This is going to be an interesting pick for sure.
Mhm.
Linebacker, running back. Tackle again, you brought it up. I'll try and get some offensive. Houston have taken Thomas Booker from Stanford. Yeah. So let me get our offensive line rankings up so people can take a look at that. Let me get to my best availables. Kingsley Enagbare, Jamari Salyer, Kellen Deach, Donovan West, Tariq Woolen, Derion Kendrick.
Derion Kendrick.
Yeah.
Like I'm beginning to wonder what the issues are that Kingsley Enagbare, Derion Kendrick are still there. I saw these guys in some rankings as first round picks, and they're still there in the 5th round.
Yep.
So
Barnes. Mate, Tyler Algier has gone to Atlanta. Get your comments in, folks. Predict the pick. Who's the pick going to be for the Cowboys? Come on, get it in.
Tyler Algier, jeez. Would that maybe prompt them to go for running back now?
It does push the rankings slightly, don't it?
Yeah.
Right. Once these 2 picks are in, I'll mind you, the Cowboys aren't that far behind on their next pick. So I might wait till Paul is in before I start doing our scouting report. Yeah, because the 5th round picks for the Cowboys come in thick and fast. So we'll probably just keep predict the pick on the whole time.
Yeah.
This is it now until the end of the draft. Go on then. Give me yours, Lorne. What's your predict the pick so far?
I think we're going to go offensive line again, and I'll go Salyer.
Yeah, Jamari Salyer. What about you, bro?
It's too good not to. This is too hot. It's too obvious that they should take him. But I'm beginning.
Yeah.
I'd lean towards one of the cornerbacks, just with Calvin Joseph, the Calvin Joseph situation. For me, I would pick Salyer. I'd take him now.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
What is interesting, the thing that has interested me is however the board is constructed. If you look, they have not at all at any point budged their picks.
Yeah.
No.
The whole time they've sat there throughout this draft. That is interesting.
Yeah.
And I mean,
I think
that's 2 years
Yeah.
now. Other than trading down 2 picks last year,
Yeah.
for, Parsons. I mean, we haven't done the wheeler dealer.
No.
Yeah, it's been fairly quiet on the trade front. For me, it's see, like I do like Kingsley Enagbare. Right, let me find out. Is this? I'll see if I've got any notes that I can add to it. There's literally nothing, so I don't know. Not a bad Senior Bowl either. So is that. Has the highest pass rush win rate of 25.8%. But then you go through it, everything about this, right? Tell me this doesn't scream. Oh, Jesus. Right, okay, Denver's pick is in. Literally a guy on the very bottom of my board. Okay, but tell me this doesn't scream. And I know that I'll give you the rest that doesn't scream Dallas Cowboys pick. But tell me this doesn't sound like a Dallas Cowboys defensive end to you. 6'3", 258 pounds, right? You go, okay, yeah, okay. Right, but here's where it goes. An 83-inch wingspan. That's 88th percentile. Arm length of 34 3/4 inch. 87th percentile. Hand size 10.58. That's 94th percentile.
That's a Dan Quinn prodigy.
That is a Dan Quinn kind of guy. The issues?
Yeah.
The issues come when you look at his split. So his 10-yard split is 172. Given his height weight, that's not good. 40-yard, this is where the problem is. And I think this is probably why he's falling, was 487. That's slow by any standard. Oh, there we go. Tariq Woolen's just gone.
Yep.
So one of the guys I've talked about. Kingsley, Jamari, Donovan. I couldn't see that happening. I was going to say, could you see two tight ends, tight end back to back? Darian Beavers, there's a guy. If you want to go wide receiver, we can give you some extra options. Kevin Austin. I know you said you can't see it, but here's another guy for you, Bri. Jojo Doman, Kaylon Barnes, Justin Ross, and then there's Kyron Williams. They're the guys really that are just the ones sort of standing out to me. Somebody we haven't talked about, and not for this particular pick, but later on down the line. What about Lasita Smith?
You ruled him out during the week. You said his arms are too short.
Let me double check. Yeah, because
you did.
Right. Let me go to guard. It does ring a bell on that. Salia. I like Salia. Sees fit in the bill for me. I'll get his measurables up now. And I'll
this
get
thing with Jamari Salyer. Like Kevin was saying, he would have taken him at our 4th round pick.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, wow.
Because he can start at guard and you can kick Tyler Smith, put him at right tackle.
Yeah. So it makes sense because
let him be a tackle, not a guard, which he hasn't played.
And let me tell you, Salia is definitely, his body type is definitely an offensive guard to an offensive tackle. 6'3", 321 pounds, so 100%. You're going to put him at guard. 80-inch wingspan, 34-inch arms, so okay. But here's an interesting one. 32 reps on the bench. Let's see Smith. Oh, yeah. 31-inch arm length. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, that's tiny.
Yeah.
Would the Cowboys still pull the trigger on that? I don't think they would. But then you got Kyron Williams sitting there that we've talked about. But what if they're going to try and see if Kyron falls to them by their next pick? So they use offensive line here on Salia, and then let it swing all the way back around, and then it'll have options with running back and linebacker.
See, I don't think you have options because, like, you only really have Kyron Williams and Abram Smith as running backs I'd take now.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to pull the trigger if you want one. They've already got they've already got a guard, so maybe they don't want another one, and that's why Salyer won't be the pick.
In your rankings, do you have Ignagbare higher than Salyer? Because I do, by a considerable amount.
Oh yeah. Like I Kingsley Ignagbare as my 72nd best player. I've Salier is my 95th.
Let me just swing mine back around again. I've got mine filtered a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, smallest to largest. Right, okay. So I have... Let me go through it. Kingsley, Ignagbare, yeah, and Salia. They're closer than I thought, but they are... Ignagbare is higher. Sorry, I'm laughing at my dog.
Yeah.
So here's one thing. So Ignagbare is higher, right? We have
Mike, just hold on a second. Did we have pick 154?
Yes, we do. 1 second. Let me get
because we've traded that. Looks like we've traded it to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
So we
because the
traded
Jaguars have taken pick 154 and their pick is in.
No, pick 154 is the Eagles.
All right, so then that's what it is. The Jaguars are on the clock. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're coming right up to our pick.
Yes. Okay, but the next pick after that is pick 167.
Yeah.
Then it's practically back-to-back picks after that down in the 170s.
Yeah.
So, so going back to my point with Kingsley Ignagbare and Jamari Salia, for me, Ignagbare is higher, but what's higher priority in terms of drafting? A pass rusher, defensive end, which is what Ignagbare is, or guard.
Yeah.
Given what we've already picked,
yeah,
right? Bear in mind, we picked the offensive line and defensive end already. Which for you is more priority? Which for you is highest in priority?
I think we need more. I think we need more on the offensive line.
So you're saying then positional need is going to overtake value?
Yeah, because for me, Salier is a guard who can play as a guard.
Salier is a guard,
and you're putting Tyler Smith back at tackle to play as a tackle.
As a tackle, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, here we go.
And you then have fixed your line, which is what we needed to do coming out of this draft. We have defensive ends. We have D-Law. We've Golston. We've Basham. We've Armstrong. We've added
Here's an interesting one.
Sam Williams.
Interesting, right? They just traded up with the Eagles and took running back Snoop Connor. So, this to me, I think the Jags traded up because they were worried the Cowboys were going to take a running back.
I don't think so. Not yet. But would it surprise me? Absolutely not. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, this.
Okay. The pick is in.
All right. Okay.
I have the pick.
Okay. Lay it on us.
It is offensive tackle, so we were right there. But here's what's interesting. North Dakota's offensive tackle, Matt Waldzeko.
Wow.
Interesting. So it makes you wonder again, what was the issue? Yeah.
Again, like, come up saying that he's 6'7". He's a developmental guy for sure, but length is a triple plus trait.
I have him as my 218th ranked player.
200 on mine.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. I will get Matt Wadzelko's details up for everyone. Okay. I may have to hop a minute. It sounds like Travis is messing around. He's up to no good. What is interesting is his comp. Is his comp for Matt Waldzeko, is Sam Cosme.
You hated Sam Cosme.
It wasn't I hated him. I felt that he needed to go back for another year for developmental purposes.
I don't think he did in the end, though.
No. And he's carried on. I just think that he was like one of those guys that could have gone back or should have gone back. But there we go. Right. So my particular fluid body control, loose hips, tough, good effort, very good. Again, this is what's interesting. Very good in the run game. So again, here we are. Good foot quickness, can get to the second level with good agility, has straight line speed, gets out of his stance quickly with good footwork, can affect very well on screens. Finds defenders with his hands immediately, gets his feet moving, engages and sustains.
Mike, here's the question.
Yeah.
2 North Dakota State tackles have gone off the board, right?
Mm. Well,
I'm assuming
North
Dakota.
Yeah, he's not North Dakota State.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Still both FCS. So I don't.
Yeah. But it is. What is there? Oh no, that's obviously the. Is he right tackle?
Let me go and check for you. Tell you where he played the majority of his game. Let me just get this off the screen.
He looks a left tackle in anything I've just seen tweeted. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you in a moment. I've got everything filtered here a moment. Whoa.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. 1 second. Here you are. Right. So he played the majority of his snaps, pretty much, I say majority, all of them, at left tackle.
Right. So,
but go on.
Graham is very happy. So, what my consideration here is, right? They've taken another tackle, okay, and I've no problem with that, right?
Mm.
They've taken Tyler Smith to play as a guard, kick him out as a tackle, right? They have Josh Ball, who is going to be the swing tackle.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem to be wanting to address the right tackle position at all. And it's a concern. Because they seem to think, and I don't agree, that Steele will be the right tackle.
There's nothing there's nothing to say that with what they've done, they turn around and they say that Smith, Tyler Smith, is going to be playing guard. Everyone's saying he's going to be playing left guard. What if they turn around and say no, he's playing right tackle?
But they said themselves, they said at the press conference, he's going to play on the left side. So
there's no new reason for them to lie either about that. So.
Yeah. Jerome Ford has just gone off the board as well.
Yeah, just seen enzyme column. I do believe DJ Dog was talking about him earlier, asking if he
McCollum, he did.
Yeah, he's come off the board now. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting pick, but again, right, okay. So let me get some measurables up on him. We'll try and get to the bottom of what they've done.
Yeah.
He has sustained an injury. Played in the Senior Bowl, so another Senior Bowl guy, Bri.
Yeah, there you go. That's another.
But right, once I give you these measurables, right, tell me this isn't a Dallas Cowboys pick. Okay, so he's nearly 6'8". Right, he's just shy of it. He is a big dude, 312 pounds. Nearly an 86. Wow, an 86-inch wingspan. 36-inch arm length, 10-quarter hand size, 10-yard split 173. Totally fine with that. 40-yard dash. Bear in mind, given the size of this guy, 503 on the 40. And then a broad jump, of 113. I mean, that's moving, and that is a big guy.
I love Graham's comment here. It's not a concern for me that they're still young enough to learn to wipe with the other hand.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's
fair call, G. Absolutely fair call. I mean, get your ass on here. I mean, you're the guy that wanted more offensive line help. Get on here and talk to us about it.
So, what, running back, wide receiver? What are you guys thinking? Linebacker? Because the next pick, the next Cowboys pick, isn't that far away.
I think they might go linebacker now.
If perhaps like Beavers and Clark are still available.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Hold on. We got more people ready to come in and talk to us. Love it. Here we go.
Yeah, as I say, picks are flying in now, and I'm starting to lose track of where we are.
We are currently, if I can get my laptop to work, we are currently on the Seahawks pick.
Seahawks, yeah, I can see that on what I have here in front of me.
Yeah,
it's just trying to get my board updated as well. Steve Parker Mountford is also saying he's happy with the pick.
Yeah,
I'm not unhappy with the pick at all, guys. And sorry if it appears I am. I'm not unhappy with the pick. I'm just trying to rationalize what the plan is with him, and like as Mike has made the point, look, he's very good in run blocking, and that seems to be where they're moving, and that seems to be the concern that I have is why I don't get the move to run blocking. But here he comes now. Let's bring him in.
Yeah.
Graham, can you hear us?
He's trying to do something, whatever he's trying to do.
Yeah.
It is see now, oh damn it. Tyreek Smith's gone. There was a guy I quite like. But again, right? It continues on this theme of Kingsley Egnagbury. What's going on there?
Yeah.
Yep. There's got to be something that's circulating about him.
Yeah.
Because if he's still there at the end of the fifth, I mean, obviously we're talking in a vacuum here without knowing what's going on. Obviously there is, but if he's there at the end of the fifth for the final pick, the Cowboys pick at like 178, I think it is, I'd be tempted to use that on him if there are issues. And I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, there's nothing that's jumping out really on here that's jumping out. But here's an interesting fact. Are you ready on the Malzocco pick? Is 1,100 offensive snaps in the last 3 years, 0 sacks, and 3 quarterback hits. Now, I know it's FCS before you start going, but still,
I wasn't going to call that out. Yeah.
I mean, the guy has like an over a 7-foot wingspan. I mean, when you think about it, I mean, it's huge.
I mean, that also holds up in the fact that you can use him in pass blocking. I mean, as you say, 7-foot wingspan. That's not easily got around. Whether again, it seems to be a case of they're filling needs, they're filling holes. They're not going, like, a lot of the picks so far have been from lesser known school, off track schools like Tulsa.
Yep.
Old
I'm
Mace.
surprised
These are
they've gone
schools we don't tend to
FCS.
deal with. Yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Will McClay's fed up with Dave Hellman going that the Cowboys just don't draft from small schools. So this
Mm.
this is a draft where Dave Hellman's being told shove it.
Yeah. We'll prove you wrong.
Yeah. Like, as Mike, as much as you were saying about Kingsley Enoch Barre still being on the board, Darian Kendrick is still on the board.
Yeah.
Damn.
There are a few guys that are baffling
Yeah.
me a little bit. When I mean, obviously we don't know the backgrounds of these guys,
Yeah.
which is what they is what some of this will come down to. Certainly, most definitely, we're going to be talking, medicals here.
Yeah.
Which is
Mike
against.
Bonio's just gone to
Odito?
Chargers.
Oh,
Yep.
man.
I
Mike.
like you.
Mike, here's Guy. And I think he's kind of been discussed quite a bit to watch out for. John Ridgway from Arkansas.
Yeah, hold on then. Let me. Oh, I've got like too many windows up on my screen. Right, John Ridgway. Let me just rejigger my everything around you because I'm like all over the shop, and I can get back to you.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. There we go. Right. Well, I mean, the first thing that jumps out without me going too deep until I figure what I'm doing out there a minute is it fits a need in terms of one tech.
Yeah. That's my thinking.
Yeah. Good Senior Bowl too, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, there we go. Is this not
Right,
ticking boxes?
Yeah. Let me. Right. Here we go. I'm on his report now. Let me get to his combine. Very interesting. Right. Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Yeah. He transferred, so he's a transfer, but at the moment that doesn't seem to be stopping anybody. Sam Williams. He's a JUCO.
Yeah.
He's so very strong. Compile the middle, which is definitely something he does. Two gap in, which is something I've talked about before, can do it very easily. Very good at two gap and very good on double team as well. Tall, solid frame, adequate length, and he did lose weight. Is something I put in here, but he still managed to maintain his good job of what he was doing, even as a big-bodied rusher, which is something that he does do. Does play upright and struggles with leverage, which I will get to in a moment. The reasons why. Consistency to shed blocks is something. I would say more than anything with that will be the Arkansas way. That they're not really, they're kind of like Boise in that way, where they don't like to shed blocks. They more of like just take them head on and just try and, you kind of just hold your block rather than trying to shed it.
Yeah.
I mean, the things that come out are he does have long arms. That's a good thing. Wingspan 31, 6'5", 321 pounds. I'm not too concerned that much about his athletic scoring because of the type of role that he would play. Like a lot of people will say, like his 40 and his 10-yard splits and his jumps weren't that good, but it's you're not after a guy really that needs to do that. You need a guy with the style he plays to hold his own. That he needs to hold the middle of that gap. Definitely a one tech for me. 0 or one tech is definite. He does play high is one thing I've put on you. Slow feet can be a bit of an issue, but all these things, all the issues that are with Ridgway are fixable. They're not like these are major flaws that you're going to have to deal with. Oh, hold on.
I'm guessing the Saints pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Oh, DeMarco.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what is interesting in that respect, though, is if I go to my linebackers and tell me, is DeMarco, is he better than Damone Clark?
Yes.
Is he better than Darian Beavers?
Yes.
I would say not.
For
And
me.
he's not better than Jack Sanborn either.
I would have him.
Bri, I know you've said it, and I do agree with you about Joe Dodo, right? But imagine they do take him.
Mike, maybe they could. I wouldn't rule it out. Stop hyperventilating.
I am. That would be amazing. So we got some people who are quite happy with the pick. We got Steve with us saying he's happy.
Yeah.
We're gonna have an additional take. We'll just bring him in a second. He's just setting up.
Yeah.
We've got
Just
with
1
us
second.
again.
He's getting set up there.
Our great friend Marcus, Bluff City Cowboys, back in the building. How we doing, brother?
I'm good, fellas. How's it going?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
Sorry,
doing good.
Everything popped up
so-
on me this weekend. I've been trying my best to get in here.
No, I was speaking to you offline, man. And like I said to you, it was an open chair, so there was no rush. It was always you ready and waiting for you.
Yeah.
Do you know what? No, just so you're aware, that goes beyond today.
I appreciate that.
No. Well, we appreciate you. You're giving us your time. We've all done it ourselves. Let's include the picks that have happened, and I'll ask these two boys as well the same question. Overall grade so far, entire draft.
So I'm late. Who was the last pick? Was it the tackle from North Dakota?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the last
Yeah,
pick.
well, Zach.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay. I mean, so far, B minus.
I like it.
Not a great
Yeah.
draft. They got needs. Day two was a lot better than I think most people will think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We was talking though that we've noticed a theme. Don't know if you've noticed it yourself, but have you noticed like Jake Ferguson, Tyler, Tyler Smith, Zeko was the last pick. Noticing a theme here. It's all about the run game.
Definitely.
100% that's the road they're going down. Because Jake Ferguson, he's not going to be a tight end. He's 12-man formation, going to help you in the blocking game. Smith, as we spoke about, best and highest graded run blocking offensive lineman in this year's draft. Then you go down and take this pick then, who is a big dude. He's nearly 6'8". Incredible get off size. Over a 7-foot wingspan, Marcus.
That's amazing.
Huge. Imagine that space you can chew up with that.
Yeah.
He's just a big, massive dude. And another thing, we went back and just went through his stats. 1,100 offensive snaps during his time at North Dakota.
Okay.
0 sacks, 3 quarterback hits.
Okay.
That's it.
So he performed at an elite level at a small school, so that lets you know he was a step below. He was a step below the level he should have been playing at.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
He dominated in a lower league,
He
and
did
as we always say,
he was supposed to do.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
like I always say that when it comes to like FCS and even in some respects with Group of 5 teams, you want to see in that particular case, you want to see them like, as I call it, my analogy is the over competitive dad beating his kids.
Exactly.
Not beating them, but like yeah, no, that's the wrong word to use, but competitively outscoring his children.
Yeah, it shouldn't be
That's
close.
how you want to see it. Yeah, exactly. And you do see that, and statistically, it's showing you that. Definitely, I'm going to go back and watch some more tape on. When it comes to FCS, you kind of overwash them a little bit, so I'm going to go back and check that. But a lot of people are saying they're quite happy with the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. We need it. We need some more depth at tackle. If God forbid something happens to Ty Smith, but we know Tyron's going to miss probably 2 or 3 games.
Yeah,
we're going to have a lot of holes that we have to wonder how we're going to fill them. So maybe this kid can come in and compete a little bit. Maybe give us some quality snaps if we need them. We still don't know what we have with Josh Ball. Yeah,
Sorry.
We still don't know what we have with Josh Ball. So this kid, I mean, he could come in. He's got the measurables. I mean, running near a 540.
Yeah, he's
Bench
moving.
press looks good.
Look at the arm length.
Yeah, arm length. Oh my god, that's unreal.
Yeah,
Like,
and his wingspan works out at 7 foot and 1 inch.
he could probably scratch his ankle standing straight up.
I was just thinking that myself.
That's what you want when you're looking for a tackle. And he has the athleticism along with it.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's just a raw piece of clay that you can mold into being whatever you want at tackle.
Whatever you want, yeah. And I mean, look, he does have issues, and he is raw, and you're gonna expect that with a guy coming from the FCS, 100%. But reading my own analysis, which is only small on him, everything is fairly coachable with what you can do.
I haven't seen a snap of him. I really want to see what his kick slide looks like and what his footwork looks like.
I'll tell you now, right? So, what I've got in terms of feet, knee bend is an issue.
Okay.
His pass protection set, he comes up quite high, but given the fact he's 6'8", you've got to give that the reason. So height is a detriment to him. So obviously defenders can get underneath him. His punch is not as strong as you would want it to be.
Yeah.
And he ducks his head down to try it because he's obviously so upright. He ducks his head down, and that causes him to fall off. Everything else, adequate foot quickness. And so we're talking your quick slide. Gets out of his stance, footwork to get across and in front of screens. He does really well. Is willing to do it too, which is a big thing. So he'll get out in front of ball carriers, will find his defender and get his hands on. And being the fact his arms are so long, no wonder he can get hands on. And then, the last pieces for me on in terms of that, he does have fluid body control with loose hips.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
footwork can be correctable. Strength can be correctable.
Exactly.
Those long arms, hand placement is gonna give him a lot of advantages that other guys won't have.
Yeah.
So he's definitely going to be a positive in terms of pass sets. Just all about how he looks in the run game. We
are 3 picks away from the next Cowboys pick, so let's get it in. What are we thinking?
So just to give you an update on the last couple of picks that have come in. So DeMarco Jackson, linebacker, has gone to the Saints. Mike, I think you're going to even have trouble on this guy. Montrell Washington from Samford.
Okay.
Has gone to the Denver Broncos, and Kyle Phillips from UCLA has gone to the Titans.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have him on my board at all.
I've never heard of Montrell Washington.
No. And I have 475 people on my board.
I have over 1,000 on my board.
You beat me.
And he is not on it.
All right, so what are we thinking now? What are we thinking? What do we go for this pick with the next one? What I'm a little confused as to why Kingsley Enagbare isn't off the board yet, or Jamari Salyer,
or Darian Kendrick.
He's still on the board.
Yeah,
Darian Kendrick is still on the board.
Talking of other Darians, Darian Beavers is still on the board. I know you don't like Damone Clark, and I know you don't think it'll be Jojo Doman, but Kaylon Barnes is still available.
Okay.
And there's Zaquandre White as well. There's another guy I quite like.
I think this is where they might address the one tech. I think this could be John Ridgeway.
You just read my mind, Brian.
Not a bad pick. I mean, just went through it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, why don't you play Damone Clark?
Neck fusion surgery.
Yeah. Okay. He does have a history of injury. But it's not to say he's not a bad player. I quite like it.
Yeah.
I like Darian Beavers too. Like, I would take Beavers over Clark.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
So you've got Darian Beavers. I've got down as that. Yeah. So what's interesting is that as well. Damone Clark is going to be playing more like your Will type, where Darren Beavers is more your Mike. And to me, picking up a Mike linebacker is a bit more important than picking up a Will for this Cowboys roster.
Definitely.
We can mark off Kyron Williams. He has just been taken by the Rams.
Darn it. That would have been a nice pick. Get your picks in, guys. Come on, everyone at home. Tell us, what do you think? If, by the way, you are trying to send us your picks in on Twitter, send it on YouTube or Facebook, because they don't come through on here. We can see them, but they don't come up on our studio system.
Yeah, we can't. We can't pull them up.
Yeah, I can see people trying to send us comments and wondering why they're not why we're not talking about it. It's because we can't see them. I can't see it being offensive line again.
I can't either, even though there's a lot of good ones available.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of them there.
If they did, it would tell you everything you need to know about what they think. And another guy that's just been taken by the Vikings is a guy who's not on my board. I'm not even going to bother talking about it. Linebacker is an option. As I say, Darren Beavers, Jojo Doman, Kalen Barnes is still there as well, cornerback from Baylor. I do like that pick. I do like Kalen.
Yeah, now I just took a look at the list. A guy that I really like who's still available is Verone McKinley from Oregon.
Yes.
Because we don't have any real free safety depth. So that would be a good pick to kind of play behind Malik Hooker.
The only way I could be not shocked would be the wrong word to use, but I've already mentioned it today, is if they took a wide receiver, but more because of what he can provide for you on special teams.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to try and go through some and find some.
If we're looking for a special teams wide receiver, Rambo from Miami would be the guy to look at.
Yeah, that was a guy that sort of sprung to mind.
Formerly of some trash school above Texas.
And mind you, what running backs are available as well? Because like running back, you could put into two places now, where it'll fill your running back need, and you could use him this year on special teams.
Top running back I have available is Abram Smith from Baylor, and I wouldn't be averse to taking him.
Okay.
Let me take a look at.
I like him also.
Yeah.
I want one that's going to fill my special team needs for this year.
You mean like
Smith
a returner?
could do that.
Yeah.
Smith could do that.
Yeah. Also, Tyler Beatty is a very elusive guy out of Missouri.
Yeah.
I think he has some punt return ability.
Yeah.
Let me take a look. Yeah.
So NFL.
And then we got another Ole Miss guy. Jerrion Ely.
Yeah.
He's kind of like a mini Tony Pollard, though. I don't know if he could do punt return, but if you're looking for a back, I mean, he could. I don't know. I never saw him do it at Ole Miss. But he's one of those elusive running backs that are available. I think it's D tackle or safety right here, though.
You reckon?
I think so.
Yeah.
Safety wasn't a bad shot, but then what about corner with, like, say, Kalen Barnes?
That would be a good pick, also.
Yeah. And I do believe Kalen Barnes, they did investigate. I think they did do a bit of homework on Kalen Barnes.
Bengals have traded into 166, and their pick is in.
And now the Cowboys are on the clock. Cowboys? Man.
So I didn't get to catch you guys' reactions about my guy Sam Williams. What did you think about him?
I get it. I understand it.
I'm the same. I get it. Like if you flipped him and Tolbert, get it.
Ooh, Tyson Anderson's gone.
Tyson Anderson went to Bengals.
Yeah. Like the thing is I think they've taken Sam Williams, looking at the options available to them on wide receiver, and gone, yes, Sam Williams is a 3rd round pick, but he's not going to get to us from 56 to 88. So let's take him now before that option's gone, and we'll see what wide receivers are available to us at 88 and go from there. That's what I believe their mindset was. So then I go, yeah, okay, I'm fine with that, because if you're going to take your guy now, take your guy now. Take it before the option's gone.
Now,
And you think of it? Go on, sorry.
I was gonna say, one of my oldest friends, like a brother to me, he's actually coached under Dan Quinn as an intern in Atlanta, and he's currently one of the defensive coaches for Northeast Community College while Sam Williams was there, so he knows a lot about Sam Williams.
The picks just come in.
Okay, I'll wait and finish this because he gave me a lot of good insight.
I'll wait for you guys to see it.
Is it safety or D tackle? One of the two?
It's a corner.
Okay.
It's a corner.
I'll wait for you guys to catch up.
Have we mentioned his name?
No.
Okay.
Wow. I'm just filtering now on my corners.
Let me just say, put it to you this way: he's not on my board.
Wow. Have you looked
that
him
tells
up?
you everything.
Is he one of those height, weight, speed guys?
I can tell you nothing on him right now.
Okay.
He's
is he from a Power 5
foot.
school?
Fresno.
Oh my goodness.
Fresno.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely have nothing in.
No.
It is from Fresno State cornerback Dayron Bland.
Jeff mentioned him in the last round. Yeah, this makes total sense. He was 30 visit. They've interviewed him again.
Okay.
It's going back to the thing of they've worked this guy out, so they know what they're getting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what is quite interesting now is that they got back pick 176, 178. So they picked fairly close together. And that is only so the next pick is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So they're 9 picks away, and then they got double pick. So, I mean, we're talking 5th round here, where they can really take punts on guys, like you say. Bry's a 30 visit guy. Yeah. So they've looked into him. I'll try and see if I can get some information on him now.
Yeah.
So he transferred from Sacramento State in 2020. 2019 first team All Big Sky selection. 43 tackles, 8 pass breakups, 2 interceptions in 2019.
I've read two scouting reports on him. From what I read, it looks like he might be a safety candidate.
Yeah, let's take a look.
So does that mean they're moving on from Mukwamu? Who they brought in as a cornerback safety last year.
Holy Jesus.
Mukwamu may stay more as a strong safety type. I think this kid would be more like a free.
Yeah.
Just
because
I haven't seen him at all.
He hasn't played that many deep snaps, right? But so in 2021, 549 snaps from obviously from corner. Then from the slot and box, he's played 102 snaps. So he is playing down close to it as a safety.
Jeez. I'm just watching the Sky coverage here. I forgot Matt Eberflus was the Chicago Bears head coach now. They're just making their second pick in this year's draft of 168.
Wow.
It's quite interesting. Okay. I'm going to have to go back and watch this guy. He's not somebody I put on my board.
Yeah, I definitely got to check a bunch of these guys out.
So I'm just seeing that Daniel Jeremiah had him as his 121st player.
Interesting.
Okay.
Right.
That's
so-
what, like a 4th round grade?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's get the corners up then. So, another guy I'm gonna have to go back and check and look at. So I'll get back to you on that one. I'm trying to think. Yeah.
Brian,
What would be the
Bears-
reason behind
Bears
that
had
pick?
two picks in the second round and one in the third yesterday. So
What the? Made it in
yeah,
the.
they got, who was it? Let's see. They got Kyler Gordon.
Mm-hmm. That was a great pick. That's a Chicago pick.
Yeah,
Jaquan Brisker.
That's a great pick.
that's a good pick too.
And
Yeah.
Velus Jones Jr.
Yep.
So there's a special teams guy we were just talking about.
Mhm.
So yeah. So let me tell you guys what I heard about Sam Williams from my friend.
Oh yeah, sorry, yes, you were telling the story. Go for it.
Yeah, so he coached them. Well, he was one of the defensive backs coaches, so he saw him come in. And when he came into college, he had never been in the weight room. Like he was literally just from like a little small dirt poor 1A school.
Yeah.
And they just told him just go out there and run. And that's what he did. Of course, childhood wasn't the best. Wasn't getting consistent food in the household he was in. So he got to college, got the meal plan, got into a weight room really for the first time. And he put on like 30 pounds that first year of just muscle. And he still kept his athleticism.
Nice.
So when he was there, they were like, once again, just go out there and run and get the quarterback. And you guys can go look up the stats to see what he did his second year when he actually got in a weight room. Again, no training about the position. Just stand right there, go get the quarterback.
Yeah.
So he went to Ole Miss, and they taught him the position basically for the first time. First year started off slow. Second year, once again, he picked it up. You look at what the stats are. So he says, again, this kid is still raw. He just really learned the defensive end position a year ago. And now he comes to Dan Quinn, and this is Quinn's project. Like he said, Quinn did a lot of work with him. He came to Oxford to work him out. He's asked the coaches at Northeast Community College about him. So he has done all of his homework, and this is going to be Quinn's guy. So the sky's really the ceiling for him.
Yeah. And when you think, people, when we were talking about it, you said, don't forget, especially because they talk about the background and the off-field issue, not just the legal, but things that happen with the team.
Yeah.
And all the rest of it. And like I was saying that Dan Quinn, we've seen video of Dan Quinn physically working him out and really putting him through the ringer as well. It wasn't a light workout. And you could be damn sure that the next thing that Dan Quinn would have done is gone, right, background. Let's do our homework on this. So I can guarantee you they've looked at the character, they looked at the things that have happened, had phone calls, conversations. And again, this as well, Marcus. It won't just be his coaches. They would have gone and spoken to everyone and people involved and gone, right, tell us. And they would have got the full story, the full facts.
Yeah, he told me the head coach at Northeast was like his dad while he was there. So this guy got a lot of information about Sam Williams.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. And you look at the combine and everything else as well with him. There's nothing wrong with the sound. When they took it, I was just like, yeah, okay, fine. So
he gave me a comment about the combine too. So I asked him, I said, when we watch the combine, a lot of people are saying he looks tight and he doesn't look like he has good bend. And he said, look, I'm going to be honest with you. He doesn't know what bend means at this point. He's just out there being athletic,
doing his thing.
Exactly. So there's a lot of untapped potential there that didn't show in the drills. You just got to look at what he does on tape and
Yeah.
understand he's doing this without knowing what he's doing.
Yeah. The refinement will come.
Yeah.
Which is what it is. It's not trying to coach him into how to do it. It's more refining what he already does and getting him to understand why it works. I'm with you there. I like that.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting stat for you as well on Deron Bland. Just going through it. So in any one season while he played at Fresno, never allowed more than 300 yards in a season.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you can live with that. You're like, yeah.
And plus, it's the 5th round. Who's really expecting a lot from him?
Yeah. But here's an interesting thing, though, when you think about it, that especially at Fresno, 300 yards, that's not bad going when you think of the way that that's all about deep passes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm just going to pull up the comments because Joe is going postal here on his on this pick. And Joe, look, I understand your point of disappointment, but this was highlighted by Kevin Turner that this could be a 4th round pick.
Oh.
Daniel Jeremiah had this player ranked as 121 on his board. There are people who are already saying this is a steal.
Yeah.
So I get the frustrations in that, it's another small school guy, but look, they've worked him out. They've done their homework. Let's see what comes from it. I get your point that Darian Kendrick is still on the board. Why would you not pick him up? But that's a guy who transferred from Clemson over to he transferred to Georgia, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he should have been the pick, but it doesn't mean that he's a better player. So let's just trust and allow a little bit of time, a little bit of understanding and space to see what they've got. Like, they've worked him out extensively. They know what they've got in this player. So let's work with it.
I'm a Clemson fan. Darian Kendrick is not very good. That's just the facts. He's a bad player who was lucky enough to go to 2 very talented defenses that helped hide him. Look at Georgia. Georgia had 5 defensive players drafted in the 1st round.
Mm-hmm.
That's the defense he came from. I could look good out there on that defense. Just standing there.
That's true. I'm trying to find out, but nobody's getting back to me on this one. What the issue with Kingsley Ignagbare is? I still. Oh, there we go. The next sentence off the board. Luke Wattenberg. Broncos traded up. They traded up for that pick. But I can't find what the issue is. Why anyone is they're just not taking him? It baffles me. But I think that with the next 2 picks, I'm gonna go linebacker, defensive lineman. They're my 2 picks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Linebacker, running back.
Linebacker, running back works also.
Yeah,
but I don't think there's any running backs left.
I'm with you, Mike. Linebacker, defensive line. I think that's kind of where we got to go.
And Beavers is still there from Cincinnati.
Ridgeway is still there. John Ridgeway is still there.
Mm-hmm.
So Kalen Barnes is off for me now. After the Bland pick, although Kalen Barnes is available and he is somebody they were interested in, I can't see them going back to back or at least going, picking 2 corners within 3 picks of each other. So I'm taking him out of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
Defensive line. So Darian Beavers would be my choice, but they don't seem to be listening to any of my ideas at the moment. They're going completely off track. So defensive lineman, Haskell Garrett, Jaden Peavy, John Ridgeway, as you said, right? They're my options. The other ones, I'm kind of, you've got Matthew Butler from Tennessee. I'm not a fan of really. Curtis Brooks is inconsistent.
Mike, here's a name for you.
Yeah.
Amari Barno.
I like Barno. Is he still available? I thought he'd gone.
He's still there. No, he's still there.
Do like Barno.
If they wanted to double up with Edge, I don't know if they would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then, in terms of linebacker, for me, it's Beavers, Doman, Sanborn. They're my three guys. And if they pick Doman, I'm going to go for a very, very screamy walk. So I will mute my microphone.
Yeah.
Is Dolman the kid from Nebraska?
Yes.
The Nebraska kid, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That true off-ball type linebacker, which is the direction the NFL's going now.
Samuel Womack from Toledo has gone off the board, 172 to the San Francisco 49ers, another cornerback.
And Marcus McKethan, the guard from North Carolina, has gone to the Giants.
Yeah.
At 173.
Okay.
They're loading up on offensive line.
Let's get back into this. All right.
Is it our pick?
Yeah. Everybody at home, do the same again. We are officially into Predict the Cowboys. We are 3 picks away. So get your picks in, guys. Tell us, what do you think? What's this next pick going to be? In fact, they're going to be coming in quick. So give us the pick at 176.
Are both the linebackers from Penn State gone?
Brandon Smith is gone, yeah. I don't know about the second one.
Lukita. Jesse Lukita.
Lukita's still there.
Sworn he's gone.
Yep.
Oh, did he? Okay. I could have sworn he'd gone.
No.
Let me check. How have I not got him on? I've knocked him off my board.
Lukita's more of a Sam, though. If we're looking at
I have him down as an edge.
Yeah, Sam edge, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. Jamie.
I'm guessing he is absolutely polluted.
He's put it this way, he's got himself a takeaway. So get your picks in, guys. Come on. Here we go. It is 2 picks. So the Cowboys have 2 picks. Over 3 of the picks that are coming up. So defensive line, we've gone through some of those options. Linebacker, we've gone through some of those options. You can close that down. Other options, Zonovan Knight. Tyler Beatty. What about Tyler Beatty? Could I interest you in Tyler Beatty?
Yeah,
no,
I like
but
him.
I just saw a name that might be of interest. Dominique Robertson from Miami, Ohio.
Oh
Yeah. I think did they bring him in for a visit?
I don't think they did. But what about this?
Interview him.
What about this? And I know it could be a little bit rich, given what's going on here. What about Verone McKinley from Oregon?
Marcus mentioned him already.
Yeah, that was my
very
safety.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good pick. But just
So
don't
we both
know
thought
if
the
they
same
take a
thing,
safety.
Marcus. Yeah, well, you say that. They do take safeties late, mind. Look at Donovan Wilson.
I know, but like they've taken the last guy.
Bland.
And Marcus did.
Yeah.
Marcus did say there's a guy that could convert to safety. So maybe that's their plan. Because Guamu was down as a cornerback and they wanted to move him to safety.
Yeah.
Bo Melton is somebody. But
There's still some good names on this safety list.
Yeah. But I was going through the safety and I was like, interesting. What about Justin Ross, wide receiver from Clemson? I know you talk about Clemson, Marcus.
I would take a shot on him at this point, but you got a lot of injury concerns.
Okay.
Yeah.
A whole lot of injury concerns.
That's the concern. Is those injuries.
Yeah. I don't think he's any better than the bunch of Giants we signed last year, though. Like
Yeah.
if he came into camp, I don't think he looked any better than the big kid we got out of Texas last year.
What are your chances on either of these picks, 176, 178, being a kicker?
No, I don't see it.
Dominic Robinson off the board, Miami.
The best kicker's
Oh,
already
wow.
been drafted, right?
Yeah.
Cade
Say again,
York,
sorry,
yeah,
Marcus.
he's gone.
Yeah, Cade York.
Cade
So
York is gone.
You
Yeah.
still got Cam Dicker, Texas. So, oof, it's certainly getting spicy. So Vegas are on the clock at the moment.
Mike, you seem to be way ahead of me because I'm stuck at the Chicago Bears at
Yeah, me too.
174.
I will if the
And I'm not
Cowboys
seeing
pick
anything
comes-
on Twitter. I'm
Cowboys
just
pick
sorry,
comes
it's
in,
just the
yeah.
you've
If it
just
comes in-
yeah.
I'll keep it quiet. Don't worry.
You won't if it's Jojo Doman.
I would. Yeah, look. If it's Jodo Doman, Beavers, or Beatty, I will leave the screen, which will give it away. If it's not that guy and I'm still sat here, you'll be like, okay, he's still there. What have they done this time? Yeah.
Hey, Joe asked the question: which one of these is the pick we got for Amari?
Wallen Kinski or whatever the first
Matt Waletsky.
pick.
Oh, here we go.
Evening.
Graham Wilson, how are things?
What's up, Marcus? How are you?
Good.
Evening, guys.
How
Life's
are you
tough, you
feeling?
know?
We've added O-line depth, Graham. How are you
We
feeling?
have. Yeah, good. Yeah, it's interesting because you find things out on draft night directly and indirectly. So I think they're obviously willing to work with Biadish, or they feel good about Biadish.
But
they've
Donovan
added-
West is still there.
True. That is true, actually. They're adding for need, but hopefully they like what they're adding. They're not going crazy on things like wide receiver, running back. We'll yet to see if they'll add competition for Cooper Rush.
I think that'll be their last pick.
You think so?
Yeah.
That's normally a McCarthy move, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely,
Yeah.
Does McCarthy have a nephew that's out there right now? A neighbor, son?
That is a fair call, Marcus.
Somebody you play basketball with.
I haven't looked around the league yet. Is there anything surprising that I've missed? Is there anything that the Eagles or Giants or Commanders are doing?
Giants made some
Commanders
interesting
drafted
picks.
to the quarterback.
Yeah.
They took Corral, didn't they? I did see that one.
Howell.
Somehow.
Somehow, yeah.
The Giants made some
Cowboys
interesting
are on the
picks.
clock now.
Yeah, they made some interesting picks in the fifth that I was more, and you can't argue because they have done well with their picks so far. It was just more of a, really? But here we go. Matthew Butler, defensive lineman for Vegas. That was the pick just before the Cowboys. So the Cowboys are on the clock.
Okay.
And we're at the halfway point of day 3.
Yep.
Another thing I've picked up on, I think Josh Ball will be a little bit concerned.
100%.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's got concerns about whether he's going to Oxnard. Whether he's beyond that is another thing. Do you know what? Actually, I predict with Josh Ball is that he's going to be one of those guys that has plays the first preseason game and goes out with an injury and miraculously ends up on IR.
No way. That'd
no.
never happen, Mike.
Yeah, I know. Shewell Oluwara's injury was real.
I mean, you guys might know different, and maybe I've just missed it in the stats, but when you think of the turmoil we had on offensive line last year, and Ball never really had a sniff.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
Yep.
Both of them. When you look at both Ball and Farniok, They didn't bother at all.
They spent a pick on him. He wasn't undrafted. They specifically went after Josh Ball. So
They went after him in the 4th, wasn't it?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
Farney, at least you got to see him in the Philadelphia game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You never saw anything of Josh Ball. But I mean, the more what you got to say is the more that you bring onto a team for training camp, the more competition that you're going to like with the guys that you think that you're maybe moving on from. So maybe this lights a fire under Josh Ball and
Yeah.
Josh Ball's ability.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I like. That's a good point, Lauren, because that's what I like. It's basically a set of conversation where, right, guys, we have
Come on, Cowboys.
we have 4 tackles and we have 2 spots, or we have 3 spots, or whatever. Who wants them? Type idea, because
Yeah.
we've already assigned 3 of them, so there's 1 spot up for grabs. Who wants it?
Here is the bit that is, and I've already mentioned it once, and we're here again with this, is the Cowboys, literally with all of their draft picks, never moved.
Yep.
Yeah.
They did not move with any of them. They held and just stayed put. So they've definitely gone for the throw as much as you can at it attitude.
See what sticks.
Yeah, so they've definitely gone for that. As I say, though, more than anything, the theme that has come back from their draft picks has been run game, run game, run game.
Yep,
that's the theme.
Mm-hmm.
I'm shocked by how many small school guys we've.
I know. That's not like them at all. Like you say, I think somebody's spoken to Will McLean and gone, "Have you heard what Dave Hellman's been saying?"
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that. We'll have to ask Dave. Like, how do you feel about that now?
Could this be Clark or Rodriguez, do we think?
I've said I like Beavers. Damon Clark, yeah. Joe Doman.
Could be Rodriguez. They do like Oklahoma State guys.
This is true. And Ridgway was
And
another guy that came up.
Rodriguez is a very good tackler.
And it could be one of the running backs, or I wouldn't be opposed to if they like one of the wide receivers here that can contribute to special teams. There is a nice place. But then again, I wouldn't be surprised if they go completely off ball and take Cam Dicker.
Yeah.
They're not going to take Cameron Dicker.
The pick is
They're not going to take a kicker.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, I'm so shocked we haven't taken a linebacker yet, though.
I know that, and that's why I think this might be a linebacker. Just that my gut feeling tells me linebacker, but I don't think it'll be the guys we're thinking. It's going to be somebody they like, because they've certainly gone down that road where it hasn't been value picks where they've gone, they haven't gone, oh, look at all the value we can get with this pick. It's gone, no. It's almost like as if pre-draft they've gone, this is our guy for this round, this is our guy for that round, and they've just literally, that's what they've done all the way through. They've just gone that guy, and they're not going to move from it, which explains one of the things about us talking about them trading, that they're just going no, because our guy is this pick, this pick, this pick.
Yeah.
So the breaking news is it's Damone Clark.
It's Clark.
Yes.
Yep. LSU.
Okay.
I'm not sure how I feel about it.
I like it.
Sure.
I wonder what Dave Hellman thinks of that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when Dave was on, Dave said, you know, they wouldn't be taking him early because obviously he's had the fusion surgery.
Yeah.
Which is obviously a bit of a concern for somebody who needs to be hitting. But you know, he'd love the guy to be on the pick. So
based on just the tape, I love him.
Yes, agree.
Just on the college tape, I love him. You put
the spinal cord injury, of course. Yeah, but yeah, the tape definitely. Go for it though, Marcus. Tell me what you see.
I see an instinctive linebacker. I see a guy who's athletic, plays well in space. He looks like he could play Will or Mike. He seems like he's kind of, just from watching it, looks like he's calling the defense a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not just a run and hit guy. You pair him with one of his old teammates.
Yes,
So
there you go.
there.
That is just what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, the spinal cord injury is obviously something, but you got to think he's gonna. So how about this, right? You've drafted him here, and they've got another pick coming up. You're not going to see him this season. So what if they go back-to-back linebackers, and this is the Damone Clark is your pick for next year, and then the linebacker coming up.
I reckon this is going to be defensive line with the next pick.
I want it to be defensive line, but Damone Clark, right? I mean, giving you my bullet points, long and rangy, and just brings running backs down at ease. Great balance, works downhill well, mirrors from cuts really well for ball carriers. And the big one, the big one for me on this, he's an FBI linebacker. I mean, really is. Like, I've heard some reports that, like, when everybody's gone home, he's staying in the building watching more tape.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you know, the issues are being he's not going to play this season because he's the spinal cord injury.
Right.
What other ones have I got? Is that he can lose the forest for the trees, limited agility. Eyes are a big one.
I don't see limited agility though when I watch him play.
Let me get Damone Clark.
Yeah.
The spinal injury,
What do we make of the Ravens taking 10 players so far?
Okay, yeah. So
the Ravens are going to end up with at least 5 players that they're not going to take into next season.
That was my thought. Can you really fit 10 picks on your team?
You can't. I mean, everyone says we got 10 of 11 last year onto the team, but I don't see it. Just don't.
Cowboys on the clock again.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah. But just going back to Damone Clark, his pre-cone at the combine, just so you're aware, Marcus, was 7.13.
To me, that shows on tape.
It's not particularly fast. It's adequate.
I mean, for a linebacker, it's pretty good.
Yeah, given what's his weight? 239.
I mean, anything that's 7 or below is elite.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, 7'13" for a linebacker, that's above average. I'll put it that way.
Come on, defensive lineman, yeah. Defensive lineman or running back.
How about Kennedy Brooks here?
I always feel for players getting
I see what you're trying to do to me.
Because right now, FL Network is talking about Lamar Jackson's contract. And there's...
Yeah.
Oh, in the pick.
Come on, defensive line. Defensive line or running back.
Defensive tackle.
Oh!
It's John
Ridgway!
Yes!
It took...
We did it, Marcus. We got our guy.
We got our guy.
It took till 178. It took till 178, but we finally got a Cowboys pick that we wanted.
I'm guessing
like-
that helped
like-
with the fact he was from Arkansas.
Arkansas will help, yeah.
I feel like we could have taken this guy on Saturday and you both would have been quite happy.
I would have been. I had him as a 4th-round guy.
There you go.
And,
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy, like, look at it. Look at his A-gap snaps. They just they're through the roof. This is, and he is built like one, too. He's built like a 0 or 1 tech. 100%.
I love players. When I look at defensive tackle, I look for certain traits. And this guy has 2-gap ability.
Yes.
I know people love Travis Jones because he can shoot gaps. But when I'm looking for somebody who can stop the run, I need a guy who can grab a guard and manipulate him and get him out of the way. John Ridgway may do that as well as any D tackle in this draft this year.
Yeah.
And he's going to come in there and show it with those long arms. And he's pretty athletic, too.
I mean, what is interesting, at 6'5"
6'5", yeah.
321 pounds with a 81 wingspan, 33-inch arm. What is quite interesting is he had bear in mind that size, a 20-yard shuttle of 4.73.
Wow.
I know. That's faster than what I could probably do it.
That's crazy.
So the Cowboys now, they're down to their final pick, which comes out 193.
193, yeah.
Yeah, and for everybody listening, he does have an extensive wrestling background, which our coaches love.
Yeah.
Oh,
That'll be the thing that made the tick in the box.
Mm-hmm.
But I will just get all that turned off now because we are officially out of predict the pick. So what would make you happy with this final pick then?
Oh, I'm happy now.
I'm okay if he's still there and the return to it. If they took Jamari Salyer, I would be happy with this draft.
Kingsley Ignagbarae's just gone off the board.
Okay,
finally. I'm still trying to figure out why that is. Ignagbarae is pass rush win rate, which is a bit of a tongue twister, is the highest in the draft class. I just can't get it.
I don't either. It'll come out.
I'm sure something will.
Yeah. It'll be something like Maurice. It'll be something like Maurice Hurst had a couple of years back, which
it's got to be something on the medical loan.
Yeah. So the two highest ranked players I have left on my board, Darian Kendrick and Jalen Wadermeyer.
I'd say next pick's going to be a quarterback. To be honest,
it would not surprise me if that's the way they go.
If there's a quarterback that they want, they can't risk him going to become a PFA. So
yeah, like a guy like Skylar Thompson, something like that. Yeah,
Brock Purdy. Yeah. If they're going to go for a quarterback, it's going to be Brock Purdy.
But going back to conversations that we were having earlier, Kevin Austin's still there and Bo Melton, wide receivers that can help you in the special teams.
Reggie Robertson from SMU.
Yeah. Or are they going to give up on? Are they going to give up on guys called Reggie Robinson though?
No, Reggie Robertson.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Reggie, are they going to give up on guys with that type name?
Could it be running back?
It could be.
That's what I'm thinking.
Abram Smith is still there.
Yeah. I think a wide receiver. But mind you, right? That the pick that we just had, right? What do you think that does to Quinton Bahana?
I think it allows it allows Ridgeway's season to settle in. Like you have also Digizua, who can play there. Quinton is your quintessential one tech, and it just allows John Ridgway a season to develop and see if he can fill in. I wouldn't be writing Bohanna off right now.
Yeah, too early to write Bohanna off.
Matt Ariza is gone. Matt Ariza
is gone.
Yeah, Punter's gone. The big punter.
Gone.
And here's the thing: he wasn't the first punter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For all that talk,
because you were interesting when you were talking about Gray with running back. I can give you 3 guys we've already talked about that we all like. We have talked about is Zonovan Knight, Zaquandre White, and Tyler Beatty.
It's just that it's the point I keep raising on Tuesdays and Thursday nights that, I mean, fair enough, there are probably less playmakers, but they only have the one ball, and if they're gonna, I don't see how they can give Tony Pollard a contract that's going to compete with what he might get somewhere else. I mean, somebody might pay Tony Pollard, Somebody with a bit of cap room might want a change of pace back that they can bring in for
Eagles are on the clock after a trade.
a
But
couple
continue,
of
go on, Greg.
like a couple of million more than we'd be comfortable paying them. You never know. I mean, that we didn't compete to keep, I don't know, DeMarco Murray, for instance.
Yeah.
He was a starter. So I don't see the evidence for trying to keep Tony Pollard when there could be somebody out there who admires him. But again, they do like a quarterback late on, but has that project ever really worked, if we're honest? Don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys. I'm actually quite happy with those last 2 picks.
Yeah,
in the
no,
fifth
we are.
round. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah.
When Ridgeway, because we were all saying, we was talking, saying we hope it's Ridgeway.
I
And it
like
was.
it a lot. And Devin Clark,
Damone Clark.
Damone, like if he like Dave Hellman said, he would have been a top 100 pick if it wasn't for the surgery.
The spinal surgery,
Yeah, like if he's all good to go.
Let's ask Paul this question, Paul, that Mike was asking earlier on. What does this mean for Bohanna? Anything?
Rotation.
Yeah.
I'd say rotation. Rotation.
I think this is more a sign for somebody like Tristan Hill, who is on the last year of his contract.
Sorry, I didn't even get to say
maybe he becomes a casualty at the end of training camp, and we look for see if anybody's willing to trade for him, or or maybe this lights a fire under him and says, right, okay, we make this he sets the league on fire this year from his position, so it's Gallimore, we're quite happy with how he is as well, but Gallimore unfortunately went down in training camp last year.
Can I be controversial on something here?
Yeah,
Gallimore could be in the crosshairs.
Wow.
No.
Don't say
Elaborate, Brian.
No, I refuse to accept that.
I know you do, Paul, but I'm just saying he could be.
I'm just going to say
because
that
we've a lot of defensive tackles.
Yeah, but we can actually.
But John Ridgway's playing a different position to Gallimore in the line.
Let me get my 2 cents.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say we can actually play Gallimore properly as a free tech now.
Yes.
Yep.
But Gallimore has to stay injury clear for a whole season. He's in his 3rd season, and he's missed half of each season. So we need to get a full season out of him, because at the end of 2022, we have to make a decision what we're doing with him.
Yeah, no, you're right though.
And that's why I'm kind of looking and going, is he in the crosshairs? Because Tristan Hill, we're now in the situation we have to make a decision on Tristan Hill.
Mm-hmm. I think,
and Gallimore's next in line.
I think it's red alert for Tristan Hill. I'll be honest, 2nd round pick, and it just hasn't happened.
It's never happened for him, Graham.
I couldn't pick you out a month or a week of the season where he's recorded 2 sacks, 2 tackles for loss, or whatever like that. It's just not happened for him. And as part of that, like, be fair, part of that's down to the injury, but it's just never really clicked. And the fact that they're taking 2 DTs is a worry for him. It has to be.
I will say that he was starting to build that momentum before the injury. Like, he was kind of like, things are maybe turning for the better, but we just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't know.
Yeah.
But we all make everything's all valid points here, definitely.
Yeah. Just bringing in Joe's point here. He's spoken. He does like the linebacker pick.
We all do. Especially Dave Hellman. He is totally jumping for
joy. He's obviously going to start the season on PUP. He might finish the season, might stay on PUP this season, and it'll be next season that we see him.
100%. Yeah. But then think about this, right? Go in from not this season, but the season after. Jabril Cox stays healthy as well. Imagine this: you've got LVE possibly staying in. You know, he has a good year. You could give him a 2-year contract, right? So there's the possibility of LVE. So we'll put him as a question mark, but you'll have Jabril Cox, Damone Clark, and obviously Micah Parsons. Imagine that coming up against you in the box.
Yeah.
Just jumping in, the Eagles are taking Kyron Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting pick.
And then tie that in with, funnily enough, that linebacker core with a guy like John Ridgway chewing up space. And like you say, Marcus, 2-gapping from the 0-1 tech position.
Yep.
There we go. I mean, you've just freed Micah Parsons to just be that screaming banshee back there to do whatever he wants.
What you guys thought about our first 5th round pick, the tackle from North Dakota?
I
Again,
understand this.
yeah.
I like after seeing his RAC score, I'm quite impressed actually.
Yeah, and he's a monster.
I did not realize of how well he scored. Was it 9.96 out of 10?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just like,
it's
wow.
huge.
It definitely puts Josh Ball on notice, Paul.
Yeah.
Puts Josh Ball on notice.
Absolutely.
And here's one I was telling.
Word of the day, competition. There you go.
Yeah.
Here's a crazy one, though, right, Paul? We're going through his measurables. Are you ready for this? And I was telling, just as we made a pick, Marcus came in and I gave it to him, that, Zacho's wingspan is 7'1".
Who's this? The tackle? Yeah.
Yeah. Huge.
Right.
Just chews it up. Big as well, 6'8". And 1,100 passing snaps, 0 sacks, 3 quarterback hits.
Beavers has just been drafted to New York Giants.
Wow.
Man.
Makes sense for this draft.
Yep.
Damn it.
They done well.
The gap is closed.
fellas, I got
Bring
head
back Gettleman. Bring him back. Seriously.
Hey, fellas, I got to head out again. Got another project I got to take care of today.
It's an honor to have you again, sir.
I appreciate the seat.
Appreciate you, Marcus.
Yeah, thank you,
Mate,
guys.
the seat is always open for you. Don't wait for us to message. Be like, hey, I got stuff to say. And so we go 9 in the season. So before this, so after this, we're only on a Thursday, 9 p.m. UK time, which I believe. What time are you at now?
It's 3 p.m. for me. It's 2:49 right now for me.
So you're 7 hours back.
Okay. So it'll be 2 p.m.
6
p.m. your time. It's 2 p.m. there. 6.
Yeah,
okay,
but
2,
it's
yes,
he's 6 hours behind us.
I can't do simple maths.
It's all right, mate. It's all right. It's the weekend.
Yeah. It's been a long weekend. So just let us know. Just hit us up and let us know if you've got something to say, you need to get off your chest.
Okay.
Even if it's just to disagree with us.
I appreciate that. All right, guys. Well, I gotta go, but I'll still definitely be listening. So everybody who's watching, make sure you hit those likes. Make sure you subscribe to their channel. Always great content. Always great guests. Some of the best guys you ever meet.
It's an honor. It's an honor.
Love you, Marcus. Love you, man.
Have you on.
Thanks, Marcus.
I'll speak to you off air, all right, mate?
Okay.
Sweet. What a nice guy, yeah?
I love Marcus.
Absolutely.
Man. I love him.
Yeah. Definitely.
Mike, I've got a name for you with our last pick.
Yeah.
Kevin Harris, running back, South Carolina. The comp is Carlos Hyde. Something that we maybe don't have.
Let me
is he not a
He's just gone to the Patriots.
What?
Who?
Kevin Harris has just gone to the Patriots.
Well,
that's the second running back they've picked up.
Yep.
Yeah, but they're running back by committee, so they need them all.
Yeah.
What?
They have Damian Harris, Pierre Strong, Kevin Harris. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're not going to get... The only thing I will say with Kevin Harris, you're not going to get much receiving with him. He's totally not... Who did you say the comp was?
Carlos Hyde. Not back.
Yeah.
That's NFL.com.
Okay. Yeah, you don't get much in terms. He's that physical, violent running back.
But yeah, the
type.
4th, 5th round grade.
Mm.
It's a value pick. But
Vision
according to NFL.com.
decision making are the problems with him, is what I've written down, and that you're not going to get much production in terms of as a receiver.
Guys, just gonna throw another name in here.
I love being thrown names.
Center from Boston College, Alec Lindstrom.
Don't toy with me,
Yeah.
Brian.
Oh.
Don't toy with me. You know I love a centre. Don't toy with me.
I'm surprised Lindstrom's not been picked up yet.
I do like him. I really
And
do.
also, Kingsley is still on the board.
No, he's gone.
And he,
No,
yeah,
he's
he's
gone
gone
now.
now.
Packers
He went a few
Packers
picks
took
back.
179.
And here's a crazy one as well.
Man.
If you want to watch an Alec Lindstrom game where he dominates, go watch the East West Shrine.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Yep.
is all I'm going to say. Like
I-
him and maybe a handful of other guys are the ones that came away from that East West Shrine winners.
I'm going to say this right now, based on the 30-day visit and the East Shrine Bowl. I would not surprise me if we use this. If we do go center, don't be surprised that it is Dawson Deaton from Texas Tech. Do not be surprised.
Yeah,
That's a good
Yeah.
call, Paul. That's a very good call.
If they do go centre, that's 2 tackles and a centre that they've taken, and I have to take my hat off to them for that.
I was going to say, mate, if you can't complain with that. I mean, everyone
Oh,
talking
here
about-
comes trouble.
everyone was talking about the offensive line need beefing up, and the offensive line, I would say, already is beefed up. But as you say, if they take another offensive lineman again, then you just have to put 2 ticks in that box. I'm with
Jay,
you,
what
bro.
happened? Come on.
Get that rag off, Jamie.
Jay.
What happened? I've just had a Chinese, man. That's what happened.
Get that rag off you, Jamie.
Marching on together.
Yeah, marching down together, maybe.
Throwing stuff on the field, Jamie. Once
I tell you
again.
what, coming from
Come
a
on.
guy, a team that calls herself Manchester that don't actually play in Manchester. Come on. How we all doing, man?
Is that all you can give me, Jamie? Come on.
How you feeling, Jay? How you feeling?
We're feeling pretty good, man. We're feeling pretty good.
I was a bit down after the game, but come back. Like I said, I just had some food and I had a catch up on the picks that we've made today. And I'm not lying. I was upbeat yesterday before we went offline, and seeing that that we took Clark from LSU and we took Jake Ferguson. I think we've all spoke about Jake Ferguson, and I'm like, yes. I mean, like, I love these later rounds, man. I love them.
Yeah, because you'd have been vocal about Jake Ferguson. I will say that.
To be fair, I think quite a few of us have, haven't we? And but yeah, they say these are where you find your diamonds in the rough, don't you? And see what we can get. But yeah, by the way, sorry, apologies. How are you feeling, Lon?
Yeah, I'm feeling better, mate.
Good.
Still got a bit of a cough, but so I'm still hitting the mute button every so often, but no bad.
I am. I will catch up on the live on the feed. Well, obviously, once we go offline. I saw earlier on we had a couple of people on and stuff like that. I'll try to listen in the car on the way home, but
we had KT on earlier.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I seen like a couple, and but I dropped a few people on after the game, so it were a bit loud, so they wanted music on, so I was like,
Oh, I was
yeah,
meant
to
to
the
say.
passengers, innit?
I was meant to say, Nick's, our good friend Nick's is sent an open invite if you want to go and have a wee chat with him as well. That's it, vice versa. So, any guys, if you guys want to jump off and go and see him, feel free. I'll send a link in.
Is he on just on the Twitter Spaces, or is he running?
Oh no,
on...
it's running live, same as us right now.
Okay. I suppose we could go and talk to him in a bit, see how he's doing.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Right, he has an underrated, soothing voice.
He's got a voice for radio for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
He's born. He's born to talk.
Oh, bird.
Mike, I tell you what, man, I can't come on, Ian. Your Mrs. Mike messaged all of us on Facebook privately in a group. A non-Mike UK Cowboys group, and she said that you don't look a day over 60. You don't look a day over 65.
If there is, it'll be because of her.
Someone slipped on the sofa.
She's sat over there.
So anyway, sorry. I jumped in there while you guys were having a conversation. I apologise.
No, you're all right. Just jump on in, mate.
What
you hoping for then before this draft finishes? Because we've only got a few picks left at long.
I think
this is our last pick in the sixth round.
The chat has been either running back or quarterback. With the Tony Pollard situation versus the Mike McCarthy, take a guy late and develop. But we've got a few of them already, so are they going to do that again? Who knows?
I'm going to say kicker.
Kicker?
No.
I feel if you look at if you look at a quarterback, Mike McCarthy's history, it's quarterback.
Didn't do it last year.
Not in the sixth round, Mike. I would say if it was a seventh round pick, I would say they might take quarterback. I don't think they would in the sixth.
Yeah, you're probably right. I just think that at the moment needs, when you look at needs, wide receiver.
I loved. Has anyone seen John Ridgway's Twitter?
Nah.
It's just posted a picture of him and Jerry Jones from I can't remember what bowl it was, but it was a game at AT&T Stadium, and it's when he was in Arkansas. It said Dallas Cowboys, baby. There we go. Love it. Have you noticed them? Paul's mic.
She means your microphone. Posh. She means your microphone.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know. She's literally sat right there.
She's bringing the fire tonight. That's what I'm gonna say.
This is where people come on for controversy and see some weird couple argument. Last time when we were on here, Lorne was sitting here watching me and Reen argue about white chocolate, hot chocolate.
Yes, I know.
It was an in-depth argument.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UK Cowboys stream where we're talking about white chocolate and hot chocolate.
Yes,
chocolate.
Chocolate pudding.
That's right.
Just looking at the prospects that was left, and Mike, I think it was Mike at some point last night mentioned him. Surprised that Jojo Dooman is still on the still undrafted at the minute.
I would jump for joy for that. That's my guy. Really is. But the issue we got with the Cowboys, Brian. Yeah, I was going to say the only thing with that one, Jay, is, and I agree with Brian, is that the Cowboys won't take them because he's Jabril Cox, basically. So yeah, that's why I'm with Brian on that one. But I would still love it because I think in this year's draft, especially in day 3, he's that secret weapon. I have a secret weapon in every draft.
Excuse me.
Well, talking of that, right? Let me give you a start, sit, cut scenario. Right? Start, sit, cut, LVE, Jabril Cox, Dorrance Armstrong.
Start Cox, keep LVE.
So you're cutting Armstrong.
I don't. It's like we've raised it on the show a couple of times. You have all this hype about Armstrong, and then it's like it's one of those Twizzler fireworks that just. That's it. It's a great start. Looks good in the middle, but it never really actually does anything.
Yeah. All right. What about this then? And I'm gonna change this up, right? Because I did have somebody else here. And I'm gonna have to change it due to what's been drafted. So I'm gonna include him, John Ridgway, Osa Odigizua, and Golston.
I'm starting Golston, but no, man, that's my guy.
Yeah. So it's between Osa and Ridgway then.
I'm going to stay out of that one because I don't know Ridgway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not getting involved.
Oh, all right. All right, start sit cut, right? Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, Matt Corral.
Don't care.
Start Pickett, keep Willis.
Corral, yeah.
Pickett fits really well in that system.
Yeah,
No,
that's the thing. Like,
don't do anything silly. Run the ball, play defense, manage the pass.
Yeah. And he's played his whole career in Pittsburgh, so he's not going to have to worry about the cold and the snow and the rain when it comes.
Yeah. And you know, he's basically been in the same facility. All he's got to do this time is turn left instead of turning right. So you know,
that's it.
Anything that makes your day-to-day routine as easy as possible just means that he's got all he's got to deal with now is dealing with earning 100 odd million a year or whatever.
So
everything that comes with that.
Here's a question for you. If you have your boards open, who's the one player you're surprised now is still on the board? Still available.
Let me just have a wee look.
Well, we're still
the guys are doing that.
Donovan West and Kellen Delch, the two Arizona offensive linemen.
Yep.
Marquise Hayes is still there, the guard.
Wait a minute. Jamari Salyer, it hasn't been taken, no?
Still
available?
Nope, he's still there from Georgia.
Then him. That's the one for me.
Derry and Kendrick.
Oh,
still
Mike,
there.
Don't tempt me.
Jalen Wademeyer is still there. Josh Joby.
Zonovan Knight, running back.
Rasheed Walker, Zach Harrison.
See if Mike ends up being the pick. I'm going to be the cat that got the cream. Two tackles and a guard.
Salyer, yeah.
Unbelievable.
They would have definitely listened to the UK Cowboys podcast if they did.
Yeah.
Stop it. They'd be like, just stop upsetting these guys.
Oh, Lord.
Every week they complain about the offensive line. Let's just shut them up.
I think Will McClay just came onto the show just to kind of make sure that we
get a feel.
The feel for it.
Like, British guys seem all right with it, so I'm all right with it.
We love you, Will.
Yeah, it's good to have him. By the way, again, anybody who hasn't seen yesterday's interview with Will McClay, don't go to Facebook. Go to our Twitter or YouTube channel. Go to day 2. Play it from the start. Facebook, we had technical issues with, and it cut the interview in half. But go and have a listen. He will give you all the insight you need to know about the Cowboys' first-round draft pick.
Oh, that's Malcolm Rodriguez going. Wow.
Yeah.
With Will McClay, it sounds to me like that gif you see on Twitter or whatever. It's the guy with the pizzas in his hand, and he walks into the room with a huge smile on his face, and the room's engulfed in flames. And he just turns to absolute shock and turns.
Just to return. Oh, right. I mean, we're coming to the Cowboys pick. We're going to have to do our thing.
Amari Barno, edge rusher from Virginia Tech, went to the Panthers.
Yeah.
See if this is Sawyer. I might have
predict the pick then, guys. Predict the pick. Come on.
Sawyer.
Yeah.
Sawyer.
If it's so, yeah.
Predict the pick.
Is this for us? Only because I'm still on the Cardinals pick at 189.
It can't be Sawyer because it's an odd tackle, right?
No, he's a guard.
I've got him. For some reason, they registered him down as a tackle, but if he's a guard, yeah. I'll take him.
No, he's guard. He's guard.
The NFL site has him as a guard. They have him third ranked at the minute, behind Fitzpatrick.
He's a 5-star recruit.
Yep.
Georgia.
Yeah.
So he's played left tackle. He's played right guard. He's played right tackle. He's played left. He's very diverse. So
Paul, stop it! Talk dirty to me.
Last year, he's only gave up 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit, and 2 hurries.
Oh, stop it!
All right, here we go. Okay, predict the pick then. Everyone at home as well.
Tackle from Penn State.
I like how Mike has influenced Reen and got her to send it in.
I haven't said
Oh wow!
Ryan.
The Falcons have just selected Georgia guard Justin Schaefer.
Yeah,
and I didn't influence nothing, Bri. What do you want about?
Don't be lying.
You'd be talking.
None of the rest of us have mentioned Donovan West.
Mike, so you definitely have. You've been telling us that you've got the misses under the phone.
I'm going to say this again. Do not be surprised if it's Dawson Deaton from Texas Tech. Do not be surprised.
Ryan is my favorite.
Oh, I love Ryan.
That's my favorite.
Mike, get out of the seat. Put the missus in the main seat, and I mean, we might have
She talks more sense than me.
Oh yeah, that's why we say you get out.
We know that.
She wears that Cowboys cap better than you as well. But
Now we're just throwing shade, boys. Come on.
Yeah, so Falcons have just selected Georgia guard Justin Schaefer. So it is not Jamari Sayer.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Joe's
Steve
going for a
Barker's-
backup quarterback.
I'm going to stick
Steve
with
Steve's agreed.
I still think it's going to be a quarterback. I think.
Well, funnily enough, Joe's saying the exact same thing, predicting a backup quarterback.
I'm not saying quarterback. I'm not.
Steve Barker Mountford agrees with you, so he does. He says he reckons it.
Given up. Does that mean we've given up on DiNucci?
Yeah,
I think they already have.
Somebody should give up on DiNucci.
Yeah, because so just to kind of back up what I was saying from Steve's comments, so Dawson Deaton was a top 30 visit with the Dallas Cowboys. He also he had a lot of attention at the East Shrine Bowl, and and I had the opportunity to interview him myself, and he's a local boy, whatever and that. I think it makes sense adding an ass center, add more competition. And he would fit into the Kellen Moore type of style of offense. He could pull as a center as well, which is not very often you hear that with the wacky plays that Kellen does. So,
and just a very quick one to people. I know I apologize to people on Twitter commenting. They don't come up on here, so we do apologize.
Yeah.
If you want to comment,
go to
guys,
YouTube or Facebook.
Yes.
Cowboys on the floor.
So just so you know as well, Sam Williams has been tweeting out. He wants to know that he wants to be known as D Williams now.
Okay.
Whichever works for you.
Oh wow! Has anyone just seen Jay Tuck's tweet?
Nope.
He is in Las Vegas with Des Bryant.
Wow.
Select Andrew Ogletree.
I do like the Alec Lindstrom idea as well.
The Cowboys are on the clock, boys.
I've been sold on that one. Brian, you pointed that one out. I like it.
Yeah. I don't think it'll be the pick. If they're going to pick a centre, Paul's guy Dawson Deaton is who they're going to select.
Solia,
Look at
Donovan West, Joe
look at what they've done this year.
Kalen Barnes. I know. We both said it that we're not sure on it, but Lasita Smith, Thea Munford, Zonovan Knight is a guy I really like.
Do you want to know who it is? If you sing.
Right, wait.
Jamie, how far ahead are you?
NFL.com.
Yeah, mine's not updated that quickly yet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've got it.
Gee, disappointed.
It's depth. I can live with that. It's fair. I've done well. I have done well.
Go on, Godfather, break it to us.
Go on then, yeah.
Devin Harper, linebacker from Oklahoma State.
I can't deny it's a need. I can't deny that. That's fine.
Say that again.
Devin
Devin
Harper,
Devin Harper
linebacker
from Oklahoma State. Linebacker.
He was a visit as well.
He was.
He
Again,
was a 30 visit.
so here's the thing then. Do you think we might actually potentially trade up to the 7th to get another player, if that's the case?
No.
Out of the 30 day,
Wait. Go on.
out of the 30-day visits.
I just think the way that they've done, they didn't trade at all at any stage in this draft, and I just think that that's the way it's going to be. That this is the end for them.
Yeah.
That they never really traded up or down or in or out, so they just went, "Yeah, this is how we're going to stay. This is going to stick to our ball. We got our picks. Here we go."
I think 9 players is enough. 9 players in one draft.
Yeah.
I reckon.
And don't forget, Stephen did say that free agency is not over, whatever the hell that means. But don't forget, there's going to be undrafted players as well. So
The PFA is coming in. Yeah.
Yep. So, but like I said, do not be surprised if we do try and attempt to even bring Dawson in. I will say
Is
that.
anybody ready with a overall grade?
I'm giving based on today, or we're talking about based
Overall.
on
From
overall.
Thursday night to
All
now.
the picks.
I'm going to say a B plus.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Yeah, I
thinking.
think so.
A B
Yeah.
plus, yes.
I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. I'm not like just screaming for joy, but I'm happy with it. Like,
But it's like. Go on, Paul. Keep going.
Oh no, I'm done.
Jamie asked the question last night. What 3 words would you use to sum up the draft so far? And I said, "Hope they're right." So I think B plus sounds about right for me.
Right. Have you all got your
Here's
list
my 3 words: filled the void.
Yeah, that's another good one.
So, like, let me do it to you this way, right? Which is a nice way to just go through the picks, right? So tell me if this player is a starter or making considerable numbers of snaps for you in the rotation this year, right? So Tyler Smith, bit of a no-brainer, yeah?
Yeah. Start.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there we go. Sam Williams, yeah.
Start.
No.
Yeah. Starter, or at
No.
least he's on a heavy rotation.
Do you
No.
think it's Fowler, Brian?
Yeah.
Still about heavy researching.
Fowler and
on-
Armstrong are both ahead of him.
Right.
I
Okay.
don't know about. I don't
Look-
know about
look.
Armstrong.
Look at our history of second-round picks. Bar Trayvon Diggs, we've had bad history in the last 5 years.
Okay, Jalen Tolbert, he's starting.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say that is the best pick of the draft for
Yeah.
us. Well, him and Clark, I think, are our best
Oh,
two picks.
Paul, you raised the point on Twitter last night that if you flip Williams and Tolbert, it's actually
Exactly.
better.
Yeah.
It's a winner. It's a winner. So
Yeah,
either
you
way,
find
it cancels those two picks out because
Mhm.
I had Tolbert as a second rounder and I had Williams as a third rounder, so it kind of worked out probably the best, really.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So I'm
So
I'm not as sad and upset of drafting Williams now in the second because now we picked up Tolbert. So
I can't with Williams. I can't get that video out of my head. Even if it is Dan Quinn, I still can't. He's so upright.
I know he needs a lot of work. He does. Like, if the two things I could say that he needs to work on is keeping himself low when he's on the pass rush, and improve on his turn speed. Like, he's really robotic when he tries to like corner and like trying, especially from the outside. See if he's running in the inside, he's fine. And bull rushing, he's fine, but it's just when he's actually rushing on the edge. That's his, I would say that's his weakest point.
So we agree.
Does that not tie back in though with a lot of what Marcus was saying to us earlier, in that he's still effectively learning the position and he doesn't know these things and will need to be taught these things, which ties in with my thing that he's not going to be a significant contributor next year.
In saying that, we didn't expect Michael Parsons to play any defensive snaps at defensive end, who's never done it before in his career. So, with that being said, if Dan Quinn can work his magic once again, we might be in for a surprise. But hey, I'm happy we got a big guy at defensive tackle. We've got, we've done okay. We've done okay in this draft.
Yeah, but so going back to what I was saying, so Talbot, he's starting. Jake Ferguson, he's definitely in your rotation on 12-man formations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it. Special teams guy.
50%, I reckon.
Walter, he's going to be a guy who's a stand-in. He's not in, no, but he's going to be a stand-in for if anything was to happen to your tackles.
When?
So then you go Deron Bland.
Dude, I am loving Ridgeway already, dude. Like, I didn't really do. I didn't think he would actually be a guy I thought we would have picked up. So having really
Salia's just gone, by the way.
Who? Sorry.
Oh,
Jamari Salia's just been picked.
Oh, by
195.
Chargers.
Chargers doing Charger things.
So they've got Slater and now they've got Sayer.
They're stacked.
People we weren't expecting.
Justin Herbert will be happy with that.
Bland is an interesting one, and Marcus made a good point that could be somebody who's going to be a stand-in at safety. And when we went back and checked the snaps, he has played slot and box quite a lot, over 100 snaps.
Yeah.
Just to kind of, now you mention that we've ran our tradition of not drafting a safety, so the streak continues.
This is true. But
I got one thing right this year: we weren't drafting a safety or a kicker. Thank you.
But here's a stat for you, Paul, because you was away when I brought this one up. Playing at Fresno State with Deron Bland. In the whole 3 seasons that he played for them, he never allowed more than 300 yards in a single season.
Sorry, So who's this we're talking about? Sorry,
Deron Bland.
Oh, Bland. Oh, the corner.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's impressive. Damone Clark, I think, is going to be a starter, but not till maybe.
Sorry, mate. Before we move on, can we go back to Bland for a minute? I hate to give this situation any kind of airtime, but are they done with Joseph, or is Joseph out or still hanging in the balance?
I worry more about Mukwamu with this pick.
Nishan Rice. That's where you're looking.
Yeah.
If anything, this was more of a precautionary pick more than anything, just in case if anything was to happen to Joseph.
Yeah.
As well.
I mean, we all know what the league are like.
Yeah.
I mean, in this case, I really can't argue. It's just, I hate to bring it up. It's just an unfortunate situation. It really is.
Yeah, and then the next guy, John Ridgeway. I mean, we're all happy with that pick, and we think he's going to be making significant snaps in a rotation this year.
I'm just thinking enough for you to describe this draft is safe, content, and
need.
Yeah. That's probably the best way to describe this draft. Safe, content, and need.
If you wanted to look at it and if you want to look at it on the offense. The theme on offense has definitely been the run game.
Absolutely.
And everything has been about the run game.
and a lot of it has been down. A lot of this has been, and see the amount of smaller schools we've drafted this year. That's the first.
Mhm.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
was talking about that and how that they've probably done that just to piss Dave Hellman off.
Well, the
Oi, Mike, strike two.
I think it was more down. I think there was more down to the fact that Will McClay had more influence in the because obviously he's been to the Senior Bowl. He's got to look at these players closely and stuff like that. So, and a lot of these players have been at the Senior Bowl or at the East Shrine Bowl. So, and the majority, I think, the majority of these players were actually in the top 30 list of visits as well.
Yeah.
So, it comes no of a surprise when you kind of look back on it now.
Yeah.
Ironically, as well, what makes me laugh is the PFF grades for the picks. Tyler Smith is one of our best grades, and one of our worst is Jake Ferguson.
But it ties back in with what we said. They've done their homework, they've interviewed players, and they've picked guys that they're comfortable with. So Jake Ferguson, I really don't care about PFF grades. I think it's for people who can't actually look and investigate and study tape. That's just me.
I like that one, Brian. you know my feelings in PFF.
Yeah.
But one thing that they don't take into account is obviously they just look at the picks value and what the team needs are. They don't take into account what the teams are trying to aim for by the end of the draft. And the theme, as we said, is run blocking. It's all about the run game, all about run blocking, all about getting Zeke, squeezing as much out of it as they can.
Just bringing up, I know we're just changing the subject here, but just bringing up DJ Dog's comment. Do we know? Do you really think Deshaun Watson will get a bigger suspension than Zeke based on like what's been going on?
You
He's
never
getting punished enough as it is by going to
know.
Cleveland, but
you never know.
Like Brenner from PFF Love Tyler Smith gave a pick
Yeah.
minus.
Yeah.
I know a few people are giving it an A grade. A lot of people are giving that pick an A grade.
I mean, if I was being cynical with Watson, I would suggest that Zeke was a running back, Watson's a quarterback, and the NFL like viewing figures and
limelight,
limelight, and they like to protect their QBs and their faces of the franchise and so on. Neither have been found guilty, neither have had charges, but like with everything else in the NFL, it's a case by case basis. So we really don't know, DJ Dog. But if I was being cynical, I would say that Watson will get a telling off, and that's it.
He's not a cowboy, so it doesn't matter. And when it comes to the way the NFL office operates, is that they are judge, jury, and execution, so they just really decide on however they feel on the day.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Goodell works for the owners. The league is the owners, basically. So what can we do about it?
This is true.
So, just bringing us up to date a little bit further. So I think we have the strangest name this year. Gregory Jr. has been drafted from Wichita Baptist at 197 by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mike, is he even on your board?
Having a look. What was his name again?
Gregory Jr.
Easier if I do it this way. Let me just filter.
Cornerback.
Greg. No, he's not.
There you go.
I have two Gregorys, and neither of them are him.
Here's a question for you all. At what point do the guys still left not want the draft phone call? That they would rather become unrestricted free agents because that way they can choose where they go.
Yeah, where they
For
go.
instance,
Yeah.
if I'm an offensive tackle right now, I don't want Dallas to pick me because I'm well down the queue.
Yeah.
Dallas have 5 offensive tackles right now. I don't want to be number 6. you get what I mean? Do you think we've
Yeah.
reached that stage, or is it a little bit early?
Well, I mean, they know that Dallas doesn't have any more picks, so they can at least relax with that.
True, they can.
Yeah.
I think when you get to the sixth or the tail end of the sixth round, you kind of don't want to get picked anyway, because you can command a little bit, or you can play teams off against each other and get a little bit of signing bonus and a bit of guaranteed money as well. So.
And just to add on top of that, I'm just kind of thinking as well. I think with some positions where in the O line is still kind of up for debate for competition. Like we're talking about like a Conor McGregor, like even though the left guard is pretty much going to be Tyler Smith, but there's still like the important role of being the second string rotation of the O line is still going to be important. You're still going to be part of that team, and plus, if one of those guys go down, you're going to be the next man up. So, even if you're undrafted, still go ahead with it. Try and get your name out there by any means.
Here's a question for you, right? Just to go off topic, what's been your highlight over these 3 days on UK Cowboys show?
Well, you know what mine says.
Would you like to talk about it for a minute, Paul?
Fuck off.
That's 2 strikes in 1.
I'm getting to that point now. Yes, the lovely Amber Garcia came on to the show, and I was a little bit flustered by it, so I will say that. And enough of that. I'm off to go and buy myself a drink. Bye bye.
Well, Brian, what's been yours? What's been your highlight?
It's for me. It was Will McClay. Like, I've been working on that for the guts of 18 months with Will, and we've had several times where it was supposed to happen, and we've had scheduling conflicts. So to finally get that one over the line, it was so happy to get it done.
Lorne? I know you weren't with us yesterday. You were under the weather.
I wasn't with you yesterday, so
day 1 and
yeah,
today.
I mean, I have to say, watching the Will McClay yesterday was good, and again, as Paul says, watching his face when Amber came on, it was a picture. It rivaled Brian last year, I think, when Jeff came on, but it was more understandable with Amber, to be honest. And I think having Marcus on the last couple of days as well, that's been great. You know,
yeah, absolutely.
There's a reason why we're offering him,
and he's loved it too,
an open chair as well. Yeah. And I mean, if you think what this guy's been through, that last year he sat up with us the early part of the 24 hours as well, and I mean what he was going through this time last year. So.
And it was like 4 a.m. his time as well when he came on.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
What about you, Crazies?
I think it was the turmoil of the Smith pick, because I think the initial reaction was quite similar to the CeeDee Lamb pick, and that we all thought, and then once we kind of digested it a little bit and thought, right, okay, yeah, I see where they're going. Will McClay was in the building. If Will McClay signs off on it, I'm good. And I think I would be amiss myself if there was an offensive tackle they saw at 24 who was value for money and they didn't take him. Like if they'd gone with Johnson at that point, I would have thought, I've screamed for the last 6 months that we want an offensive tackle and they didn't take one. So if they think they've got value for money, that's good enough for me.
And I mean, if you go by listening, while I was at work yesterday, I was listening to day 1 of the draft show, and almost the first thing they were talking about was that the chances were the pick was either going to be Kenyon Green, Zion Johnson, or Tyler Smith. Now, obviously we weren't listening to them on day 1. Had we been listening to them, perhaps it might have been less of a shock for us.
Yeah.
Especially when you were seeing the Stephen Jones Faraday account coming up saying that it was going to be Tyler Smith from about 7 picks out. You just thought somebody was taking the mickey there, and then sure enough, that was the pick, and everybody's like, right, my God, what have we done?
Yeah, it was just like if it kind of like, and this is what I was saying to Brian yesterday when I think it was just us. It's like the vibe when we drafted Tyler Smith was the exact same vibe in comparison when we drafted Travis Frederick. Like it was like that negative reaction. We're not making a comparison with the player. We're making a comparison with the situation.
Yeah.
So, but now we're kind of looking at it, like dissecting it. It seems to be okay. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
So I'm on board with it. I'm on board now. Like after like kind of like getting the emotions out of the way and actually think and proper analyzing everything that the decision making why it was done that way.
To Paul's point about being on board, they've thought about this for the past 3 months. We haven't.
Yeah,
so it's gonna take us a little bit of getting used to it and seeing how it fits and molding it into the right situation. Whereas they've been considering it for a long time.
And this is an extra point me and Brian were saying as well. It's like we've only got access to film on the internet. We don't have access to actually go to these
medicals,
actually talking to the players, everything. So they know more than we do for sure. So
we're in a vacuum.
Yeah. And it's the same with like actual all these NFL mock draft analysts, Jamel Kuipers, and that they're in the same boat as us. They're not going to all these different games and stuff like that, or interviewing the players. Nah, that's the scout's job for these teams. So, if anything, it's like we're just going to have to trust the process and see how it rolls out.
Yeah. I mean, for the longest time, we were mocked with Kenyon Green. We don't know. I mean, from the first week, the first day, they might have looked at Kenyon Green's injury report and thought, nah, no way. We are not spending. There's no way we are spending 24 on this guy. But they've not told anybody that, and they're perfectly within their right to do that. But all we are hearing is Kenyon Green. It's going to be Kenyon Green. They need the guard. I mean, it was for the Cowboys. It was maybe never Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
It was just like, well, we'll consider if he's still there in a second. We'll have a look at it.
We've had him in. We've interviewed him. We didn't like him.
Yeah.
And I mean Kenyon Green ended up going. Kenyon Green was gone well before we.
It was gone.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think the narrative's been that they had Smith higher than both, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
He had them above both of them. Yeah.
So they were quite set. I mean, that's maybe why they've stayed at 24 because they thought
we'll get our guy there. Yeah.
I think thinking overall, I think I'm just based on the other tackles that were picked before Green and Johnson and stuff like that, all O-line. I think they had Smith ranked like 4th overall best player on the board in terms of that. So fair enough. If that's what they've got, that's what they got. They've got the best player they wanted in the draft. So okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
So, but draft is draft is not over yet. But once it's over, it's all fun and games. It's now time for the OTAs. It's time for the mini camps. It's time for we get
rookie
to see
mini
these.
camps.
Yeah, we're going to get to see these guys in action. So,
at this point during every draft. When it gets to the end of the
thank you. He was my pet cat, DJ Dog. He was my pick. I really wanted him so badly, man. I really did. It pains me just the fact he's actually going to New England of all places. And
hey, listen, if there's a judge of character or a judge of talent in the league, it's Bill Belichick. So who are we to argue? He's been doing it long enough.
He has.
But to go back to what I was saying, like towards the end of the 6th, early 7th, Do you not think it would be such a Jerry move to give up next year's one for somebody? Like, because see, right now in NFL Network, all they're talking is first round. They're talking Thibodeau at 5, him there, him there, him there. They're not talking about who's getting selected right now. So see if the Cowboys were to burst next year's one for somebody, that's all they would talk about. And that's one of Jerry's main aims, if you like. I mean, I know it's a ridiculous move. It's obviously a ridiculous move, but wouldn't it be so Jerry?
Give up next year's one for Cameron Dicker.
I'm just like, you know what? Like, I find the way how things are kind of going as well. I think Steven's definitely taking a more control of telling Jerry not to trade up or trade back down or anything like that.
They sat on every single one.
They sat in it, I think,
for the second year in a row.
I think we're gonna. If there's anything we need to kind of like, we can give Steven his criticism for the off season and with how he's dealt with certain players leaving and stuff like that. If there's one thing we can actually give Steven credit for, he stuck to his guns in the draft. He's not doing anything reckless moving up or whatever. So,
do you know? I've just thought. Can you imagine the Cowboys gave up next year's 1 and next year's 3 for Samuel right now? It would be meltdown. It would be absolute meltdown.
I don't even think he's even worth that at all. Not even a first. I'm sorry. I do not.
Contract.
I just don't like. For I put like Deebo Samuel's dropped more passes than CeeDee Lamb. I'm just not. Yeah, that's all. That's all I will say in the matter, right? And if anyone says that Deebo Samuel is better than Amari Cooper, then you're freaking crazy. I'm sorry. But again, we made a bad judgment call on the trade value for that. That's on our part, based after seeing what happened with Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, etc. But there's no way Deebo Samuel is in the same category of these guys. Like your Adams, your Hills. He's not in the same category. I'm sorry, he's not.
What do we make of this?
Clark, easily, hands down, Clark.
Yeah, it depends. Are you saying it generally or for this season?
Could it be Tolbert?
Yeah, Tolbert. If you're saying best value pick to start now, Tolbert.
Starting at Tolbert, easily.
Yeah. If you're saying best pick in general that will be in over the 3-year period, I'd agree, Clark.
Yes.
But just Clark, I don't see him playing this year.
Yeah.
We always get one of those, don't we? We always have a red shirt every year. It's just fine. It's fine.
Let's just not forget as well, we do have a fantastic medical team to help assess the situation. Look what we did for Jalen. Look what they've done for Michael Gallup. He's actually recovering quicker than expected.
Yep.
Like he's actually going to make some point this season. He was supposed to be a complete write-off this whole year going forward.
And we got Cox from the same pool, so
yep.
They obviously do well with linebackers.
Yep. So I'm feeling pretty happy about today. Well, over the weekend, sorry. So yeah, a B plus. It's a good solid grade for overall this draft. I'm a wee bit gutted about the Charlie Collar pick from Baltimore, though. I'm still surprised they went back to back at tight ends, though. What? Did you notice that? They went back to back.
Yep.
Crazy, man.
But as we said, Paul, that's the Ravens. They do stuff like that. They carry 4 tight ends and they use all of them.
I'm just wondering if they're just getting specific tight ends just to help the run game for what's his face, quarterback
Jackson. But the thing is, they're not committing to Lamar Jackson right now. They haven't offered him a long-term extension.
Interesting. Did not know that.
Some of that again, Brian.
A lot of talk over this weekend has been that the Ravens haven't offered Lamar Jackson a contract extension yet.
They brought that up in NFL Network. Jackson was not pleased with the Hollywood Brown trade.
No.
He put up
No.
on Twitter WTF when it
Yeah.
happened. So that's not a good way to extend your quarterback.
Yeah.
That probably cost them another $5 million a year.
Well, it was the same with the Tennessee head coach when AJ Brown got traded. You saw his reaction. Like he actually almost stormed out the building when that happened.
Yeah. And which of them was that went to Arizona? Was it? It was Marquise Brown. Was it the Ravens guy, wasn't it?
Hollywood. Yeah.
And he was already in Arizona before that was announced.
It wasn't. I mean, they managed to get a contract extension announced on draft night. So this has been in the wings. It's not like,
yeah,
oh my god, what just happened type stuff. It's been there.
Yeah.
Andy Reid in those jerseys.
See, again, going back to Baltimore with the tight ends, and this is exactly my thoughts as well. I do not think they're going to pay Andrews as their starting tight end. No. Is it? Because me and Nix were talking about that when I joined him for a wee second. And
do you know? Sorry, Paul. Just don't mean to cut across you. It was just something I heard in the last couple of days. You know the way all these contracts are coming up and you've guaranteed money and all of that. Apparently, you have to put all of that guaranteed money into an escrow account, and this is why some clubs or some teams will have guys on huge guarantees. Is they're cash rich, and you will see some teams who just don't extend guys. So, like the Baltimore Ravens, that they have owners who are quite tight with the purse strings. So that would tie in with what you're saying about them not paying Mark Andrews in time, and this is why they're probably not looking to extend Lamar Jackson. It's a huge amount of money they'd have to give them in guarantees.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Who would you say has been the biggest disappointment? Not this is not the Cowboys, but who would you say is the biggest loser in the draft?
I haven't liked the 49ers, what they've done.
You don't like what they've done?
No.
I don't know if it's necessarily losers, but the Rams haven't done much.
Yeah. They've actually they keep trading back and trading back.
They've got a few. They've got 4 picks left, but they haven't got any difference makers. I don't think.
No.
But to be fair to the Rams are the best team at picking guys in the fourth plus round of the draft and turning them into starters.
Yeah, but I mean,
this is their bread and butter.
Cooper Kupp, was he not like a 4th round or something like that?
No, I think he was 2nd or 3rd rounder.
Second,
Second, potentially, yeah.
Do you reckon they've taken that mantle from the Patriots?
Yeah.
And the Patriots
I'd say that's fair. Yeah.
Okay, so reverse that question. Who do you think's been the biggest winner in the draft?
The Eagles. The Jets. I love the Jets draft. I think the Jets have done extremely well. They could potentially have 3 Pro Bowlers in the first round.
Well, you just go through their first 4 picks on their own, and you're just like, wow. And then you get into day 3, what they've done so far, and you're just like, solid. It's fine.
I mean, I've just brought up their list just now, and they've done something which I've always thought about during the draft. Why would you keep your 5th, 6th, and 7th rounder when they're potentially going to be special teamers? Because the Jets haven't made a selection since 117.
Mm-hmm.
So they've jumped up, got who they've got, and they're effectively looking at starters. They'll maybe just fill out their roster with undrafted guys.
Yeah,
and I think there's a case for that.
Absolutely.
Think there's a case for that.
So again, another similar question I've got for you. Who would you say has been the biggest surprise in terms of most improved in terms of doing their draft?
Giants.
Shadow
of a doubt.
Yeah. The David Gettleman era is finally over. Unfortunately,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
bring him back. Bring Gettleman back. I'm sorry, I miss him already.
You could argue as well, but although it's one of the most impressive, the most improved as well, you could probably say the Jets just for the fact that you know what I mean, they're obviously all in on the quarterback, and they've made some smart moves to protect him, to get him some weapons, and that's what sometimes you don't see a lot of teams do they pin their hopes on these young guys just to change it. I like look at. I'm not saying it's an exact science as well, but if you look at the Browns with Baker Mayfield, like you literally pretty much threw him under a bus and not give him any kind of platform to be able to perform, and the Jets have done that seemingly. Yeah, they've turned themselves from a laughing stock to pushing themselves up in the. I don't think they'll win the division this year, but they're going to turn a few heads, I think.
Okay, so here's another question for you. We all know what was the biggest surprise in the first round of all the teams.
Who's that, Paul?
Yeah, well, we already know who it is. We don't need to go into detail, but what about it? So we'll take your guys' views. Who was the biggest surprise in the second round, and who was the biggest surprise in the third round?
What do you mean? You mean players who are players that have fallen into that round, or
anything? My biggest surprise was Cam Jurgens going to Philly. That was my biggest surprise.
I know we talked on it the other night, and I know there's all the history stuff, but I just think when you're getting down towards that kind of second, can you really choose anybody with the COVID in? And I mean that in terms of, although everyone's aware of the injury history, people still had him going really high in the first round, and he fell, and he fell, and he fell, and he fell, and it just seemed to me, I can't remember being in the NFL or being a fan of the NFL and seeing him getting it so wrong with a player that, yeah, you might get it where he's a first round grade and he might drop to the second, but he just completely tumbled, and you never really saw anything to do with his injury history being brought up. It was always like, yeah, this guy's still going to be a first round. He's going to be a stud in the NFL, blah, blah. And it was
I'll be back in a minute.
It was like, wow, this guy's just spiraled out of control and been completely forgotten about.
For me, the biggest surprise in the second round was nobody took a quarterback.
I think that's a good point.
Team showed tremendous restraint not to go and get their guy. They left it a round later, and I just wonder if they didn't see that much difference between the two of them, and somebody was waiting on somebody else taking one of the options. Because did it start a run? I think it started a run in the third round. I think when.
So the next quarterback that went off the board was Desmond Ridder at number 74 to the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
So at that point, sorry, Brian.
No, I was just going to say Ridder went at 74, and then I don't think there was another one went until today.
Yep, that's right. The next one,
Willis went at 86.
Did he? It was 86. Yeah,
and then Corral went at 90.
Okay, fair enough. Stand corrected.
94.
When you look at the quarterbacks that I think. Sorry, Jay.
Like as soon as one goes, it's like, well, if we've only got the three now, maybe we would consider. But it was like somebody needed to break the mold first. But yeah, the second round, I thought somebody was going to jump up to early second to get who they wanted, but there's maybe not that much drive for any of them.
Yeah. When it comes to the quarterbacks as well, what I think the surprise for me was the fact that Sam Howell was potentially the last one taken out of it was the last one taken of the quarterbacks that were predicted to go in the first round, and even Zapp went before him, and it was like a lot of people like, these guys nailed on for first round, mid-second round at latest, and like I said, they just tumbled. I can't remember the last time quarterbacks tumbled so bad.
Yeah.
And another shock was probably, I think we touched on it the other night anyway, that before the second quarterback was even taken, there was at least, was it 3 running backs taken before the second quarterback was considered?
Guys, did you notice who Philadelphia just drafted at 198?
I didn't, but they seem causing a lot of concern for us right now.
They drafted tight end Grant Calcaterra from SMU.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a steal.
Yep.
Huge medical issues with him there, Paul. He had to take a couple of seasons out, and he's a good bit older as well.
If he's fit and healthy though.
Yeah.
It
but
can be
that's the thing. If you look at it, they've taken a couple of risks. And to be fair, you can understand
so
taking risks.
Yeah. Like it's definitely a low risk, high reward scenario.
Yeah.
Oh, DJ Dogs is coming. Joan Dotson going 16th. Yeah, I think the other biggest surprise was Kenyon Green going 15th.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, I didn't have him going up as high as that for sure. So
initially, I was amazed that Linderbaum went past us. Initially, like I said, I've made my peace, but initially I thought, hang on a minute, we had the opportunity to replace a centre that can't long snap, and we didn't do it. Yeah. So to me, like I said when I first came on, you can see things from the draft and where they take and where they don't take, and they haven't taken the centre, which makes me think that they're willing to work with Biadish. They're willing to give him another season.
Yep. Just to let anyone know, Jamie had to go jump off there, so Jamie's off to his bed because he's been out all day for the Leeds game. So yeah, rest up, my man.
Yeah.
So Brian, when are we going to see a Longhorn? What's happening?
I don't think we're going to see a Longhorn. I think at this stage, I mean, Lauren, like I think there were only 2 Longhorns with draftable grades.
That's so NFL.com of Cameron Dicker and Josh Thompson, the corner.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if the 2 of them went undrafted, and that's just a reflection of the Tom Herman era in Austin.
And what's your thoughts on A&M's draft class? We've had 4 A&M so far.
Yeah. Look, to be fair, A&M have been knocking it out of the park, but they still haven't won a national championship.
Are they still a trash school?
Yeah.
No, they're not the trashiest of trash schools, but they're in the mix.
Notice I'm asking all these questions when Mike's not here.
Yeah. Yeah. But guys, I think considering we're all kind of at that stage of tiredness now, I think it's probably close to finishing up for ourselves, because I mean, the Cowboys aren't going to draft back or jump back into this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe it's safe to say is that we could probably finish up the show, and if there is any more new draft picks, we can cover that on the show, do a draft recap and that, and just cover it from there. And but yeah, it's been a long 3 days. We're all drafted, so
will we do final thoughts for the 4 of us?
So we'll just bring up the last remaining comments coming up on. So Green going before Sion with the knee issue was a surprise. Yes, I completely agree. And there'll be comments saying, "Don't worry, Brian. We'll sign Dickers at undrafted free agent. Hook him."
Yeah, absolutely. Can see it.
And Steve, thanks so much for staying by with us, my man.
Yeah.
Before you finish, fantastic job from you guys. This is hopefully we can actually get a beer together. Hopefully the Cowboys will get announced for May the 4th. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Steve, hopefully we'll see you in the final. We'll not get into the round ball, but hopefully we'll see you in the final.
It took me a wee second to realise we were talking about that.
I got that pretty quick, Graham.
There's only 1 goal deficit for the both of us, hopefully.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's not a can of Red Bull, sorry.
Yeah.
But look, if we do look, we'll try and finalize things, and let's go around the horn, sum it up. Lauren, give us your final thoughts before we get out of here.
Well, I think this from the first pick, it's been a crazy draft. You know, we've seen only one quarterback taken in the first round. As you guys say, you know, then there wasn't anything in the second round. Trades aplenty, big name wide receivers finding themselves at new position, at new teams, signing long term deals as well. I mean, just a continuation of what's been a crazy off season anyway. Um, and you know, long may it continue. To be honest,
Yeah.
it's certainly thrown a spanner in the works in terms of what all of us were thinking anyway. So, if it makes us up our game, great.
Yeah. Graham, give us your final thoughts.
For me, it's the help we've taken on offensive line. I can't go any further than that. I think to take 2 tackles. Let me just make sure that I'm getting this all right. But yeah, to add the help that myself, Rich, Paul, I think most of us at some point, to be perfectly honest. But I think for us to add 2 tackles, is certainly going to help. It's going to relieve a lot of pressure with Tyron Smith. It's going to finally found our starting left guard. We have good history of moving tackles inside, so I'm perfectly at ease with that. On defense, we'll see what happens with Sam Williams. We've supplemented the wide receiver class. CeeDee Lamb will finally get the opportunity to be wide receiver number 1. We've brought in help for tackle. I'll leave some meat on the bone for the other guys, but I think they've been comfortable taking need as opposed to value. And just on the final word, Las Vegas looks incredible. I don't know if you guys have been watching the footage of it, but it's been blue skies all day. The lights are incredible. The fountains are incredible. The coverage has been really, really good. And it only makes me want to book up, to be perfectly honest.
Well, in saying that, I think because of our good friend Jay Tuck, who's in Las Vegas, you may never know who you bump into. You ended up getting a photograph with our very own Des Bryant. So, big shout out to our friend Jay Tuck. And saying that, with my final, saying about with Jay Tuck, I'll give a wee shout out to all the fellow content creators in the set. But my final thought is, I'm happy, content, and just curious what we're going to do, how we're going to move on, see how the rookie minicamp, all that OTAs. It's going to be very interesting to see what's going to go from forward. So last week comment here, watching to see where Jason Poe and Mercedes best pulling guard in the draft. We'll see him undrafted free agent. I will say this: keep your eye out for Dawson Deaton, Texas Tech center.
Yeah,
he might be the guy that we might get up in free agency. But so with that being said, let us go and pay the bills. Well, let me see. So guys, as you know, we had our sponsor Barry Griffith on the show early on, who operates Cowboys Experience. Be sure to go to their website, cowboysexperience.com, where you can get the meet and greet, tailgate and game day packages and much more, and get to meet former Cowboys players, the cheerleaders. Lots and lots of freebies in there as well if you use the promotional code UK Cowboys. I'm sorry I'm not doing it traditional, asking you guys what do you get, but I'm just in that tired state right now. So, and finally, as I said, we talked about my boy J Tuck. He's there in Las Vegas, Cowboys fans only, which is now called CFO Sports. Be sure to go check that out. Go and check out blogging the boys. They're currently live just now, and also Star Gang. They're currently live just now. If you're, we're just about to go finish off. So guys, there's still guys out there are live just now covering the draft. So please feel free.
Thanks again to Marcus.
Yeah, big shout out to Marcus at Bluff City Cowboys for coming on to the show, guys. Like I said, go and check them out. And obviously, we just want us, from me, Brian, Lauren, Mike, everyone here at UK Cowboys TV, we just want to thank you guys for you watching our show. You guys are the real MVPs. So, guys, once again, thank you.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. And just before we do get out, look, we do have to thank all of our families for the support that they've given us over the last couple of days. Like we've been up all night for the last couple of nights. Our families haven't seen us. They are our individual MVPs.
I just need to thank my dog for being so patient.
Yeah. But look, it has been a pleasure. It has been great, and as always, we're thankful to everyone who's been great with their time for us. From, as we say, from Will McClay, general manager of the Cowboys, down to people like Marcus, Jordan, Nix for jumping on with us, the guys over at Cowboys Media, and there are people who just couldn't get time to jump on that did want to jump on with us. So thank you to all of those. I think for me, it is a good night to everybody, and we will chat to you during next week.
See you guys later. Have a good one.
Guys.
See you next time.